chilly. Fuck. Fucking hair. Ah, shit. Fucking hell. What the hell? Great. Pretty sure this is like... Do I seriously have like a jacket fucking stuck to me? Oh, I see why. What the oh my... Shit got all jank. T-Fire totally connected. What the hell? Yeah. Yeah, they just totally aren't. Fucking hell, dude. This is fucking annoying. Oh my god. This fucking jacket, bro. Are you serious? How in the fuck? Is there like one just straight broken here or something? What the fuck? Okay, this is starting to drive me fucking nuts. This is starting to piss me off. Alright, I need to get this shit out of my way. Fucking jacket, dude. At least it's getting down. Come on. Seriously? I just wanted to zip it up, not this fucking nonsense. Oh my god, I'm like so near the bottom of this thing. Please, just release it. Come on. You're like an inch away from it. Give me a break. Oh, this is just tremendous. Almost. Oh my god, I am like right on the base of this thing getting off and it just refuses. Dude, are you serious? Please, just get off. Oh my god. It's actually starting to really frustrate me. You're like right fucking there. Hold on, I see those comments, but this is like literally number one priority to get this fucking... Look what I'm dealing with. Like this stupid thing. Oh, well, what? Oh, now you want to work. Oh, does it actually start? Oh my god. No, it doesn't want to like... This just pisses me off. Like this zipper is really starting to drive me nuts. Is this like a time of a needing of a jacket upgrade here? Because I think that's what I am feeling here. Oh, finally! That's what I was trying to do. So now it's fine. Aye. And that's just literally because some of my fucking hair got into the goddamn zipper as I was zipping it up. love long hair, but Jesus, like, that's one of the fucking bullshit things about it. It'll get stuck on things and ruin everything. Okay, well, that was a nightmare to deal with, because, yay, thanks. Thank you, Zipper. That was awesome. Anyway, so, in the gorgeous Sanctimonious, I'm not going with Sanctimonious. Like, that's Trump's thing, not mine. It's not even that good. Like, you had Lion Ted, Crooked Hillary, you actually, Crazy Bernie. Like, I mean, George Sanctimonious. It's like, Oh, well, actually, the Sanctimonious was meant to be DeSantis'. Well, I don't even. Whatever. It's not a good one. It's actually like the worst nickname Trump's ever done. Personally. Because, what would be actually a better one? I think it would be a good one would also be like at least for Ronnie, it'd probably be good as like Ron Sanctorum. Ron Sanctorum. And if you don't know what Sanctorum is, don't look it up. It's France had a national strike over Macron trying to raise the retirement age. And meanwhile, in America, people are, quote, incentivized to work more if we raise the retirement age here. We just accept it and take it like the fucking bunch of bitches that we are here in America. Rick Santorum. Yeah, there is Rick Santorum, but I'm meaning, like, his last name is literally, like, something sexual. Oops. Like, it straight up is. Like, I'm not even kidding. I mean, it's not exactly it, but, like, a very, at least more visceral, blunt way of describing it. It's basically just an anal cream pie. I'll just put it like that, but that's honestly a more cleaner way of describing it, to be frank. And what the fuck, can we not... Okay, there we go. It's really named after him because he is such a right-wing prude. and it works. Though, to be fair, like I said, the quote-unquote anal cream pie thing, that's just another style of cream pie, okay? Like, the Santorum thing itself is a different thing entirely, but nonetheless, it's at least somewhat relatable. Not totally, but at least somewhat. It at least can kind of still, it can at least grant somewhat of an image without it totally being bad. But either way. And then the Houston Police Department decided to save money on ammo and is just using cars to murder civilians now. I mean, cops do this anyway. I mean, cops will, as a way to save money on ammo, either just use vehicles or other ways to kill people. Third time in 3 weeks. So basically once a week so far for like the last 3 weeks, the fucking Houston police have basically just been running people over. How much you want to bet it's the same dude? It's like, oops, it was an accident. Alright, well, Macho P's accused. We don't want this paperwork again. Alright, sir. Does it again. Oh man, that was such an accident. I didn't see that black guy crossing the street there. No. Damn it, what do we say about this? I told you, man, we can't have this paperwork. I mean, we're gonna have to try to brush it under the rug right now, but if this keeps happening, then that shit might come out. We don't want the news saying anything about this. Knock it off. Watch where you're driving. Alright, sir. It happens again next week. It's like, oh, I just did. It's like, alright, I think there's probably some suspicion going on here, sir. Look, I get it. We need to save ammo. We need to kill some people every now and then. But god damn it, stop running people over. Too much paperwork of that. It's not as simple as it's streamlined like when we shoot people or beat them to death. It's extra shit. We're not used to it. See, Officer Swanson, our main duties as an officer is to beat people to death and shoot them to death, not run them over to death. We're not as informed about how to file that paperwork. We can file the, killing people paperwork with guns and beatings, or tasers even and stuff like that, but not a vehicle. We don't usually handle that paperwork, so stop it. Stop it, Swanson. I don't know why now this cop is Swanson now. That is a very cop name, though. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, are we surprised? This all happened, oh my lord. It didn't really necessarily happen within, like, once a week period, but, my lord. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is legal in some states or, like, some counties where officers or even pedestrians could technically just, like, run you over and kill you if you happen to be in the road. Especially, but not limited to, if you happen to be doing things like protesting and shit. Because essentially, in their mind, it means that you're obstructing the, roadway, and thus, you're not liable, or the driver's not liable for whatever's on the road or some shit. Which is, kind of, insane. But it's a logic some people use. Oh, something in the road and you happen to run over it? Yeah, you're not liable for that. It's the person or the thing that was in the road that's actually at fault for that. It's like, what? So I guess yield for pedestrians is not a thing? I guess that is not, something that should be encouraged? Okay. What is he doing? Yeah, you heard me murmur about you? Yeah, I hear you doing something over there. What you doing? My charge pleading to DA was referring all 3 murders to grand juries. Probably because, again, Officer Swanson, a hypothetical guy who kept fucking, running people over. Obviously, Swanson is just this character I built up in my head now. Like, it's just the name place, for these cops that did that shit. But, I mean, I honestly believe, I guarantee it's because that's not the usual paperwork when it comes to brushing shit under the rug when a cop accidentally kills somebody on the street. And because it kept happening over and over again, and eventually became something that had to kind of prop up a little bit. And plus, it's not exactly easy to scruff up a bunch of, like, blood and, like, human remains off a fucking car, even if it is a cop car. It's a little hard to get rid of that versus a bullet casing. So... it's like, take your car into the automotive shop and it has, like, a pretty distinct imprint and damage from running somebody over. It's like, I wonder how that happened. It's not exactly easy to just hide that in comparison to just shooting them. And also, it's not exactly justifiable to just run somebody over with a fucking car, cop or not. While at least there can be a liability of, like, open, like, oh, did the person deserve to get shot? What was the context? That shit starts, adding up as questions and, variables, whenever a gun or a beatdown happens. Even if it absolutely is never fucking justified, it just at least implies now there's a more open discussion to it, so it's easier to brush it under the rug. Running someone over? Actually, it's not really that hard to just brush out under the rug. Especially if you're a greedy fucking department. And are known for doing killings and shit. Or at least being very brutish. It's like, there's definitely lines where if they go over a certain boundary, even with their Weasley-ass defenses, there's just no way to defend it. Outside of their bootlickers that suck their fucking pig cocks every day. looking at them threateningly, or was criminally crossing the road by doing a jaywalk. So, like I said, honestly, like, there's a lot of different, even with, running someone over, there's ways where they'll try to brush it under the rug, but it makes their arguments a lot harder to fucking make. Well, at least, if they don't have body cams or anything like that, if they shoot or beat someone to death, it's a lot harder to prove, the guilt of the cop, basically. Even if it, like I said, is 100% unjustifiable. Because that's just so normal in America to where, honestly, like, how many times realistically do cops unjustifiably kill people on any given basis? Like, I guarantee you there's probably a cop right now killing somebody in America right now with a gun. Like, and it's just being brushed under the rug, and it's just not going to be neither here nor there, and nobody but that local department's going to fucking know about that. Like, how often does that truly fucking happen in America at any day? Like, I guarantee you there's multiple people a day being unjustifiably just killed by cops. And fuck all happens because of it. Which makes you think, we only know about the ones that are, like, publicly open about, or just so heinous that they have to be charged with something, or at least, be brought to the surface. It's like, how often does, how often does that shit really go down, when it comes to, like, just the general daily activities that they go with. Because I guarantee you it's a lot more often. A lot more frequent than we think. And honestly, the reason why Houston's probably decided, like, at least a couple cops decided to run him over is probably because, they wanted to save on ammo, because, part of, what I do know, at least a part of why they also do a lot of mag dumping, like, when a cop shoots, they shoot, like, their every fucking round in their, magazine and shit, is because, basically, if they, like, only shoot, like, a couple times, basically, there's a liability on their end for potentially being unjustifiable. But if they really did feel like their life was at risk, then all the bullets would have been used, right? So basically, as a way to make it seem more like they were at risk, they just fucking blast everything downrange. While if it was like 1 or 2 bullets, then there's more of a likelihood. It's like, did you really need that? It's like, you only shot that thing once or twice, and, like, the person's dead now. Like, was that really needed when there was other alternatives? But if you have, like, an entire fucking, just routine with it, it's a lot just more easier to, brush that type of shit on the rug, where it's like, hey, it's like, you can say that your life was at risk and this and that, as long as you use up your, the ammo that you have in your weapon and shit, because if you discharge it once, that might make you look bad, even though technically that would actually make them look better. It's like, when it comes to a cop shooting someone, even if it is justifiable, like, I'd rather it be once than their entire fucking mag. It's like, oh shit, someone's charging me a knife. 1 to the gut, and they fall to the ground. It's like, alright, well, so you just eliminated a threat, and I go detain him. It's like, there you go, boom, pretty simple. But no, they see that, and they're like, bum, 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 like 17 rounds in a motherfucker. Frankly, 90% of the time, there ain't no reason why the gun should be on them. There'd be federal investigations into the department, federal charges against the perpetrators. Dude, that'd be every goddamn police department. If we had a functional country, every police department in this country, and I mean every single one, would be investigated. And I guarantee you, every single one of them would be corrupt as shit. And would have dirt on every single one of those departments. Every single one. Yeah, that video you're talking about, Mornax, that happened a couple years back, actually. It makes the waves, and it kind of gets back up in popularity again whenever shit like this pops up. Because it literally, it's literally like a slam dunk case of like, hey, you can have someone who is absolutely, like, and very recently, I think like a month ago, there was a woman in France with a shotgun who was threatening people in the neighborhood and shit, and in France, they had at least, like, 2 dudes of MP5s on one end, and they had another cop, kind of sneak onto some other properties onto the side, to ambush her and take her down. And And no one died, no one was hurt. Like, if anything, you know, she and the cop that took her down were probably bruised up and gruffed up because, you know, you're knocking someone to the ground. But beyond that, no one got hurt. You know, so it's like, it's fundamentally proven that if someone has way more lethality, you know, against you and shit, there are ways to non-lethally take someone down like that and no one getting hurt. Yeah, you have to use more resources, you have to use more time, and there's a bunch of other bullshit that comes into play, but guess what? And no shots fired also. Technically there was. When the woman got knocked down, the shotgun hit the ground, and when the shotgun hit, that caused a discharge. So the shotgun did fire, but that was when it was out of her hands. Like, by the time she got knocked down, she, like, the shotgun slipped out of her hand, and it fell to the ground, and that caused a discharge of the weapon. The cops didn't fire? Well, yeah. I'm just saying technically there was a shot, but by the time that happened, it was already addressed and taken care of, and it was, you know, because of a gun being knocked out of someone's hand. Which also shows that, you know, if you're trying to take down someone with a gun, be careful with it too, even if, you know, at the end of the day, no one's going to get hurt, because if a gun falls to the ground and there's something loaded in the barrel, like in the chamber, there's a very small chance, especially with shotguns, to where if it falls, it likely will probably go off. You know, not likely, like if I dropped my shotgun that I have in, if there's something loaded, it probably wouldn't go off, but that doesn't mean it could. Like, you know, just because you drop something like that and it's loaded doesn't mean it's just going to be fine. Like, it's still a weapon, you know? So, and honestly, with how the shotgun fell, it almost could have taken off a cop's leg, maybe, you know, because when it fell and discharged, it was partially pointed at one of the officers who were near a wall, you know, behind a car. It hit the wall and, you know, and just splattered and put some dents in the wall, obviously, but, you know, nothing else. Again, but either way, both of those situations were fucking textbook takedowns that were non-lethal and no one got hurt. You know, it's just like, and obviously those perpetrators are not exactly gonna, you know, see the light for a while and shit when it comes to being free, but that ain't the point. The point is, how do you address these situations where you have someone who's legitimately potentially a danger to people and the public, but safely and carefully take people down like that? And you don't need, and it's like, in one situation, it was literally a bunch of fucking riot shields. In the other situation, it was like a 3-man team, basically. 2 of them with firearms to, you know, keep an eye on her. And one of them, I think, had him, like, raised and aimed at her the entire time. But the other one kind of was, like, on standby and shit, while the other dude, you know, was sneaking around. Like, both times, textbook fucking shit. Different tactics, but nonetheless, it worked. In America, both instances, the cops would be like, get on the ground, get on the ground. Then, boom, done. And there wouldn't be a reason for it, necessarily. So, like, I guess, technically, there can be merit, at least for the case with that woman in France and shit. At least for that case, there can be a justifiable instance if she starts aiming that at the cops, they have a right to fire back or some shit. It's like, there's more of a justifiable, you know, use of, you know, shooting at that point. But it just proves that that's the last resort. You don't, even if you got that shit, you don't need to start blasting. You don't need to go Danny DeVito like, anyway, so I started blasting. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, and also, French cops are not exactly known for being nice, either. They're known to be pretty brutish and pretty violent themselves. But even then, they know how to fucking check themselves. And know when it's actually meritable or justifiable. Frankly, I don't think when they do it is, but when they know when to use it, at the very least when it comes to situations like that. More so than American cops. I mean, I couldn't even imagine a situation where, like, someone was, like, wandering around with a fucking machete or some shit where, you know, they just kind of get, like, casually taken down and pinned down by riot shields and shit. Like, I can't even fucking imagine a situation like that in America happening. Maybe in, like, some obscure-ass, like, fucking random progressive town or some shit, like, that's in, like, Maine or some fuck. I don't know, like, you know, some random obscure shit place that, like, everyone knows each other, and it's like, oh, well, you know, It's like Jim Bob is having such a manic break to where, you know, it's bad now, you know, let's make sure that we get, you know, his buddy the sheriff over there to calm him down or whatever the fuck. It's like, there's like, when does that really happen? Maybe back in the old days when, you know, like, you know, pretty much everyone knew each other, but at this point, it's kind of laughable. Even, hey, bruh, like, even if, hold on, hey, shush, hey, chill, hey, over there, sit. But, like, even with, like, one of my, coworkers and shit, who actually knows some of the local officers and stuff, there was, one point where, there straight up was, like, a call about, like, a potential theft at our store or whatever, and, if for some fucking reason, he had, like, they pulled his ass over after he left the store, thinking, like, it was him maybe, because he also, his car happened to be parked next to some, like, tweakers, I guess, from what I understood, and I'm just like, what? And then, of course, when that happened, they literally brought in, like, the entire fucking department, like, whenever there's a traffic stop at, like, 8 o'clock at night or later. So, you know, it's, like, pretty much everyone in the fucking department on shift has to, like, show up and investigate what's going on and be making, like, a whole big party. So, literally, there was, like, 3 or 4 cop cars for one traffic stop that basically meant fuck all for a dude who also, like, kind of knew some of these dudes and, like, you know, was at least somewhat, you know, like, friendly with at least a couple of them, but after that, he was just like, man, fuck these dudes, man. It's like first they're, you know, saying, oh, hey, you know, like, you can have, like, you go back after this situation that, happened with him, whatever, and, you know, it wouldn't be a big deal, but then they're like, oh, now you actually have to wait, like, 8 weeks or something, and then they're just pulling him over for random bullshit. It's just like, basically, there's, like, one thing that, happened where, he was, addressing some of his mental health and stuff, but because he happened to know some of them, it's like, oh, well, now that basically means he's, like, like, on our spotlight now, and now they're just harassing him. And it's just, like, fucking ridiculous. And now he's just like, man, fuck these dudes. I hate these cops now. They're really starting to annoy me. Like, just, like, you know, basically, like, you know, corralling me around everywhere and shit, like, you know, thinking that they're, you know, like, on my side of stuff, but then, you know, just keep, you know, stabbing back. I'm just like, it's as if cops do that on a daily basis. So I don't, you know, even if I have, like, a rapport with a couple of them myself, I keep my interactions with them as minimal as fuck. Because I don't want anything that I say to them used against me for whatever fucking reason in the future. Hell no. Loose lips sink ships, bitch. The only reason why I kind of do is just because I know my mom did, like, the wedding photos of one of them, and he's still on the force. And then there's, like, one other dude that one of my coworkers used to babysit when he was a kid. And that made me also realize how young he was despite having a fucking big beard and shit. I'm just like, Jesus. Because when she was, like, our assistant manager at the time, he would actually come in pretty frequently to come and say hi to her and shit. And because of that, kind of got friendly with the rest of us, too. So, at this point, I at least know, like, 2 or 3 of them because of that. Just because, like, you know, other people around here have known them. Or have, like, you know, interacted with them, you know, on, like, some personal level outside of their job and shit. I was just thinking about it, I think there's only really just one cop on our department now that's actually still kind of okay. It's actually the one that my mama did the wedding photos for. Like, I don't know if he's like one of the like upper head dudes or still just like a rank and file guy or whatever, but you know, at least for him, he like his big thing was always just stealing draft slots, which honestly that's just MPD's big shtick anyway. But even then, he was generally pretty chill about like letting people off of warnings or, you know, kind of, you know, giving a benefit of the doubt basically for, you know, people at least, you know, when it comes to like first to second base interactions, not being a total harassing dickbag. So I mean, at least for him, I could give somewhat of a benefit of the doubt, but he's still a cop, so I still keep minimal interaction with him despite that. I just avoid cops the one annoying time when I got locked out of my car in Bozeman. The college sent a cop who had no fucking idea how to open doors instead of a locksmith. They didn't even tell me they were sending a cop, so they caught me completely by surprise. Of course they did. Like, no one's gonna tell you they send fucking cops over. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, we'll send some help. Anyway, we think this guy's breaking in. Like, they thought you were being suspect, and they didn't, and I'm assuming the college probably just didn't fucking believe you, and sent a cop over. Just to make sure that it was all true. Because if they sent in a little intimidation to make sure that your story's accurate, and you tell the same thing to him, then he will send the locksmith or some shit, or maybe he will be able to have, like, some tool to unlock it for you or something. Or smash your window in, and then you have to pay for a window. It's like, well, I don't got a tool to open the door, but I could break the window and you can get in that way. It's like, I would have just done that myself, but then you would have been here anyway thinking I'm stealing my own fucking car, so... so, like, I mean, really? It's like, thanks, Captain Obvious. Like, obviously I could fucking do that. But I don't want to, because I don't want to pay for a fucking broken window, dipshit. Man, I just hate how, like, one of the more main requirements for a cop is basically just being fucking dumb. Dumb as rocks and not knowing what, like, laws are and shit. The cop had an old school abortion-style coat hanger, but he didn't even know how to use it. Oh my god, so he went old school with it and fucking tried to unlock it that way, and then you had to call oh my god, dude, what an idiot. Like, what? The cops don't have, like, some sort of, like, universal unlock a car tool or some shit? Like, are you serious? Oh my god. They don't have, like, something that they can universally use as, like, unlock a car? I mean, for fuck's sake, I know something like that has to exist. Like, here's, like, a key that basically is like a skeleton key, essentially, to unlock pretty much any lock, basically. Or at least, in this case, it'd be for a car. You know, to unlock your damn car. Because you left the keys in there or some shit. Or it's like, good lord. So dumb. And even if that doesn't exist, there's, like, tools to where you can easily unlock shit. Like, I mean, locksmiths have that type of stuff just on the virtue of just, like, unlocking old shit. What, you think, like, criminals are the only ones that have that shit? Oh my god, it's a fucking dumbass hog, bro. You must think only criminals use lock-picking tools, so they had to resort to a fucking court hanger. Like, good lord, dude, what a moron. Locksmiths need a specific license cops don't likely have. Cops have the badge. I'm pretty sure that's their license, is their safe fucking badge that they have on their fucking vest. Or else they wouldn't be getting away with all the other shit they do. I don't even buy that. Like, even if they don't have the license requirements, like, they're fucking cops. They can get away with it. Like, oh my lord. I'm pretty sure they, like, will use those same things, you know, to, like, specifically get into people's homes and shit like that, you know, at least more sneakily, when it comes to, like, no-knock warrants and stuff. It's like they got the old, like, well, literally bust your door down, or if it happens to be unlocked, just open it, but sometimes if they want to be really nice and quiet, they got those fucking tools. State agencies usually restrict about administrative rules. Usually until it comes to cops. I mean, even then, I'm willing to give an exemption and be like, hey, cops can have lockpicking tools if they need to, like, you know, get into a vehicle for somebody or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm willing to, like, you know, grant them that license or whatever, you know, and shit, even with their current behaviors. Because, frankly, I'd rather them, like, you know, try to, like, not destroy shit. Yeah, like a battering ram, like, FBI, open up! You know, just charge it in there like a fucking Legion and shit. Like it's a fucking, like, SEAL Team 6 operation to take Osama. That actually takes skill. But they got tools to where even an idiot could unlock fucking picks and shit, bro. It's like, I mean, like, there's a whole YouTube channel that has, like, that, like, dedicates, like, their whole channel basically to unlocking locks and picking them and shit, and having, like, 1,001 different tools on how you can do it, or traditional methods and shit. Like, I'm not subscribed to that channel. I don't even know what the name is specific. I think it's literally just called the Lock Picking Channel. But, I still watch their shit every now and then and stuff, because it pops up on my feed, and honestly, it's just, like, with, like, different, you know, tools, like, you can unlock a lot of different locks pretty easily. Like, yeah, it takes a little bit of skill, but, I mean, it's not that hard to learn. Like, I mean, these motherfuckers could look up a YouTube video and figure it out, for fuck's sake. I mean, damn, it's like, I mean, they're fucking cops. They should not have the fucking excuse. But they don't. Well, exactly. I mean, honestly, a lot of it's just because we are kind of conditioned that, oh, cops are just like these enforcers and, you know, not, you know, these people that should actually be like service to the community stuff. And that includes if, like, hey, I'm locked out of my house or locked out of my car or some shit, I'd like to, you know, like, maybe help you unlock my shit, and having at least some basic tool, you know, like a universal lockpick tool to unlock that shit. And just learn how to basically use that shit. If it takes them a while, maybe they have to, like, you know, maybe call somebody else that knows more about it than they do, then fine. I mean, fuck. I mean, it's just like shit. I'm not saying, like, they have to be, like, master lockpickers or some shit.
Well, they have locksmiths.
Well, yeah. I mean, have, like, yeah, like a couple cops who are, like, you know, specialized locksmithers and shit, where, yeah, they have, like, you know, where they train all the other ones, but if there's some shit that they really just straight up, you know, can't do it, then what? For at least for these basic situations, like what Ripsay's talking about, like someone, you know, like, is locked out of their house, or, you know, or, like, locked out of their car and can't get in and don't want to smash their window and don't have a way to unlock the fucking thing.
Do you know that they have a tool you can actually buy to unlock your house?
That's what I'm saying. Like, we can...
literally, we can do it.
Yeah, there's, like,
buy one.
Yeah. Which, I guess, you know, for future reference, yeah, I mean, you know, the tools I'm talking about, you also could buy yourself. So...
I want the coding tool.
Yeah.
It's like this big.
I guess sit there, pick your lock. Well, again, at least when it comes to a concept of what an officer is supposed to be, the whole idea of protect and serve the community is supposed to be able to, like, help serve them in, you know, with whatever, like, needs that might be needed for them. Which includes also, but not limited to, protecting them.
So how'd shooting go?
Well, I didn't go today because Dad was asleep for most of the day up until, like, yeah, so... I'll try again at some point next week, but...
You want to make a midnight run somewhere?
I wasn't really, like... So I was thinking about... I know I was going to probably grab some ramen at Sevy's later, but not right now.
You want to get it? Sevy's isn't open. It's like 12 o'clock, bro.
Sevy's, yeah.
Oh, I was going to go to Winco. Or cheaper.
Huh. Well, I still have, like... a little bit of spree. I'm actually not really, like, super hungry or anything right now. I mean, the only thing I'd probably want to get is maybe re-up in my tea, but I have enough for tomorrow.
Sure?
Yeah. I think it'll be alright.
3 degrees.
That's why I'm in here. Just chilling. Like, because I was thinking, do I want to, like, go grab ramen real quick before I start this? Just get out of the way, or just do it later? I'm like, just do it later. Fuck it. Let little Zukov have, like, a little... night walk. But it is, like, really cold today, or tonight, I should say. Like, it is, like, straight up in the 30s. Like, what the fuck?
I'm leaving at 11 tomorrow.
Unless I have to indirect pace, better stay away from my damn locks, lol. I mean, yeah, at least, as it stands now, I don't, like, like I was saying from earlier, like, whatever minimal interaction I can have, the better.
What happened to Rip City?
Oh, he was talking about one time when he was in Bozeman, where he got locked out of his car, and instead of sending, the college called up somebody to send down to help him, but instead of sending a locksmith guy, they sent a cop. And he literally tried to do an abortion style of a fucking coat hanger and had to call up a locksmith and be like, hey, how do you do this? And had to, like, have him fucking, like, guide him a way to figure it out. And it's just like, oh my god. Which is why the conversation kind of came up. It's like, it's not even like it's like some sort of thing they need to have to, like, primarily use. It's just for, like, these random little things where it's like, can't get into a thing and need some help or whatever the fuck. And yeah, locksmiths obviously would be around there and shit, but... Abort my car, please. Yeah, can you please abort my car so I can get into it? My car needs an abortion.
What are you looking at?
Dr. B. Dr. B. Yeah, we just have to call him up.
Are you off Wednesday next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same days off.
Listen to the... Wait for the door.
Hmm?
Wait for the door. Got an update. 25th.
Ah.
Andrew's like, toast your oven!
Yeah, boy. Dr. Boskanovich. Dr. Boskanovich. Da. Is that an actual person?
Who?
Dr. Boskanovich.
Probably me.
I mean...
Well, fucking weird fucking name.
Yeah, I will admit, yeah, they're, like, honestly, like, I mean, depending on, like, where you're at, like, you will always have, like... I do notice it's, like, either it's about, like, 70% of doctors have, like, some crazy-ass last names, or, like, 30% of them have some very generic names.
Yeah.
It's like you have like a small level of like, just like, Dr. Johnson or like, Dr. Smith and some shit like that. But then you get like Dr. like Boskanovich or like Dr. Korgowski or whatever the fuck, you get some like crazy ass names. And it's like, whoa. It's like, where does this name come from? And honestly, I get kind of surprised, because I'll actually kind of look up, like, the origins of a surname because of that, just random shit like that, and, like, I will get kind of caught off guard every now and then, because I will think, oh, this has to be, like, some Polish surname, right? And I'll be like, oh, no, it's actually more, or, like, originated towards, like, Bulgaria or something. I'm like, what? It's like, okay. Or I think, oh, this is, like, a, like, some sort of, like, a Czech surname or some shit, or maybe something like that, and it's like, nope, it's Russian. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, alright, I'm totally off guard on that one. Do you think you can cook a store-bought pizza by grilling it in a skillet? In a skillet? Yeah, I would say yes, but I would probably recommend at least having maybe a little bit of oil or butter on the bottom of it so it doesn't stick. And then just kind of like, do that so it kind of like moves around a little bit, and then just kind of, just make sure it doesn't necessarily like sit and just sit there. Kind of let it move around so it doesn't stick to the pan, and at least have like a little bit of oil on the bottom. So not obviously a lot, just enough so it, adds a little bit of lubricant to the pan. Good, because the oven. Yeah. Is acting up a bit. The oven's acting up a bit. Yeah. I would just keep it on, like, I would just adjust the temperatures as needed, but, I'd say maybe like a medium heat to start with, just see how long it takes with that. And if it's taking a little too long, maybe just bump it up a little bit. Not a lot, maybe just a little, just to kind of see where it goes. It's something that, I've never done that, so I will admit, like, it would be kind of an experiment, so at least the way I'm going about it, I would want to eyeball it, but, I mean, I think it could be done. It's definitely unorthodox, but it could be done. I'm assuming if you want to have kind of like that little, like, fire broil, like, crust on the bottom a little bit. I'm sure if you turn it up on a high heat near the end of it, you know, to kind of give it that little extra, you know, and shit, I'm sure that, you know, it can actually be pretty good. I don't know, it might actually turn out alright. I would just recommend definitely at least maybe a little bit of oil or butter or something like that on the bottom. For as long as it's going to be in, just hold lighter on the tin. Dinner will be ready in about 12 hours. I mean, for real. Actually, I kind of saw this really cool YouTube short, honestly, was actually kind of this weird-ass, cool-looking process about making butter, actually. It's actually pretty recent. Here it is. What the fuck? I turned this on and it's off. Oh. It needs life. It needs the sanctimony of life. Well, it needs it more than my phone, so. I need another USB-C, goddammit. And now that I have my other Bluetooth back, I'm just gonna have the other one in my room and just keep this one in here. But anyway, here. I wish it would actually show, like, the full thing, but I guess YouTube Shorts are not totally adjusted.
Africa have been turning shea nuts into butter for centuries.
But I find this so cool.
They first wash the seeds and let them dry for a week. They crack the nuts into smaller pieces with a brick. Then roast them over an open fire until they become fragrant. She grinds the shea nut pieces by hand. It's all hands on deck when it comes to mixing the shea paste.
Dude, look at that stuff.
They do this for one.
Dude, that should look good. Dude, that paste, honestly, in itself looks good. I wonder if the paste itself is usable for anything. Like, you know, for foods, or like maybe adding it as like a sauce base or something. Because honestly, like, I mean, these shea nuts, you know, look pretty good in themselves. But then you got like the shea paste. Like, everything about this just looks delicious.
I want it to get the right consistency.
I mean, look at that. That actually does look kind of good. So, like, add that with, like, a little bit of, like, extra herbs and other spices, and maybe, like, another little sauce in there, and then get some, like, some meats in there mixed in. Like, that sounds like it'd be pretty good.
It separates and floats to the top. Acuna melts the butter in another fire. The shea oil will cool and be sold as unrefined butter.
And look at that. Like, it looks like, you know, this nice creamy butter color. Like, and in the beginning of it, it's just like these brown nuts.
Women in West
See? Like, I mean, that's what I find a little wild to me. It's just like, there's that, I mean, it's like they made those nuts, which are predominantly, like, you know, brown in color, and then made a butter that's in that really nice little creamy color and stuff. And it's really good, too. And it's all, like, in a handmade done process, and it's like, man, I want to do that. That looks awesome. I mean, it just looks like really cool to me, honestly. There's also this other one I saw, this 17-year-old pickle brine.
We'll see.
I actually don't even get what's necessarily going on with this. But I do kind of like what's going on, though. I do kind of like it. And I like her personality. But it's like this 17-year-old brine, and I guess it has like some white stuff that's in it or something, and she's like, here, this is a way to fix it, but also make it look awesome.
You see this white stuff in my 17-year-old pickle brine. Don't freak out, this is not mold. How are we gonna fix this? Very easy. We'll pickle more vegetable. Just get this jar really full and add water all the way to the top until all the white is floating out. Just use a paper towel dry the edge of the jar. Now we add spices, garlic. And this vodka is for her, not for you. Some peppercorn.
Officer, that is her. She's the one giving up vodka to a 17-year-old.
If you like spicy, dry chili peppers. And to help the fermentation, you can't forget sugar. Looks pretty good now. Add water here to seal the jar. If water is dry, she will die. Hello, hello. This pickle jar is older than you.
No, it's not. I got fucking 8 years on that jar, bro. I'm 25. That jar's 17. I straight out got more years on that jar, lady. It's not old. I'm older than that jar. And honestly, like, I don't know what flavors and shit would be going on in that jar, and I honestly don't even know what specifically, like, the pickle brine she's using would be used for, but I'm down to find out, and I want to use it, because it does look actually pretty dope. What? You're just like, I mean, I want to know what it's used for, so I can, like, I'm assuming, obviously, like, it's fermenting the different things inside, but are, like, you know, would those be used for different dishes and stuff? Like, I want to know. And again, I like her personality. That's like, I haven't seen any of her shorts. It just popped up randomly on the feed earlier, and I was just like, huh. I wonder what's just like, what's this for? Cake. Astronomy cake. Oh my god. Ho ho. Holy shit. Bruh. Dude, like, did Neil deGrasse Tyson get that cake? That looks dope. I want that cake, like, right now. That's what I'm talking... Dude, that looks amazing. Damn. I know, dude. Dude, that shit look fire right there. Look, Interstellar, son. Oh shit, Sabaton released another song? Oh shit, it's an hour old. Oh, is this a new song? Oh yeah, it is. Oh, it's from their... Oh, they have a new EP already? What the fuck? Okay, oh, what? Alright, gotta look this up. Is this a new EP that was released? Oh, it's being released. Oh. Cool. Dope. Is there any other songs on the EP? Yeah, here, let me look at the, wait, I can listen to the full EP on their website. Cool. Oh, dude, this album cover looks, or I guess this EP cover looks fucking dope. Holy shit, look at that. Damn. Dude, this album cover looks sick. Dude, look at all the crazy details in this, dude. Dude, details are fucking sick. This is epic. Dude, Sabaton's always known for having pretty badass album covers. Whoa, what's going on here? Is that a horse or is that a camel? What's going on here? Oh, I think that's meant to be a St. Lawrence of Arabia right there. Oh, I think this chick is meant to be, oh, what's her name? I think she was a Serbian soldier who basically faked being a man, to go fight, against the Ottomans and shit like that, I think. So I think all these, yeah, I think every character here in the front, or the center, is meant to be referential to different people. St. Lawrence is in the back. I wonder who this guy's referential of. Looks familiar. Dude, this is fucking dope. Oh, wait, well, I guess I can't listen to it totally here because it's on other shit. Yeah, I want to see the actual, like, is it a limited edition? Yeah, I just want to see, like, the songs on it. Yeah, here we go. looks like I think these three songs are new. Well, Lady in the Dark is not necessarily. Well, I guess it is. Seven Pills of Wisdom. That's not a new one. 8 Second All the Way is not a new one. So it looks like some of these are songs they've done already, but not all of them. So there's a few new ones in here. Cool. Like Milan. Yeah. Well, Milan is based off of like an actual story, but also is referential in a way kind of to a lot of stories. Because throughout in time's history, like warfare has always kind of traditionally been seen as more of like something men do and stuff. But despite that, there are many female warriors and soldiers and shit, and all throughout time, many who were even fucking generals, like Boudica or Joan of Arc, for example. She's really pretty soon got pretty fucked over. Yeah, Mulan was, she's another one who's a real person as well. I mean, the Disney version of it's a little more, fantasized, but nonetheless, based off someone that's real. There's also a pirate who was a female pirate in Korea that was a pretty predominant force to be reckoned with as well. But nonetheless, there's a lot of women who are fierce fighters in a lot of ways. In fact, I know there was like even different societies and different cultures that had women predominantly as fighters and shit, because they knew that their neighbors or their enemies had kind of the sense that if they were killed by women, it was like a sense of humiliation towards them. So they kind of took advantage of other like cultural shit because of that. But in a way, made some badass fierce fighters, nonetheless. Actually, I know for, the way I was talking about, where is it? Lady in the Dark, right? Yeah. I actually know there's, like, by Yarland, a whole video about it. Well, Yarland uploaded, but also Sabaton did, too. This is at least about the Lady in the Dark.
It's 1964 in Belgrade, Yugoslavia.
Okay, hey, how you just pronounced that?
It's been 50 years
Belgrade! It's like...
since the start of World War I. Events are happening across the country, but here in Belgrade, at the Monument of Gratitude to France, a ceremony is taking place alongside French, British, and American dignitaries, many of whom have given service in a war that ended not 5 years earlier. The veterans, officers, and dignitaries are seated ready for the ceremony to begin. An old lady, dressed in a long black coat, shuffles towards the front and takes her place in the front row. The men stop talking about their exploits in the war, as curiosity gets the better of them. Who is this old lady dressed in...
What's this old woman doing here? What the fuck she doing here about? Why, she ain't no service member, what the hell?
Sat in the middle of all these great men and heroes. Underneath her hat, the woman's eyes are like steel, but she allows herself a smile as the men's conversation turns to her. Eventually, with curiosity getting the better of him, an American officer leans in towards her and says, "Excuse me, ma'am, but who are you, and why are you here?" The old woman says nothing. She simply stands up and removes her coat. The dignitaries' mouths drop open in shock. This old lady has a chest full of medals like nothing they've ever seen before. Medals for bravery. The officer stammers. Excuse me, ma'am. I meant no offense. You have obviously shown your bravery on the battlefield. Can you tell me your story?" The old lady smiles, and her eyes appear younger as she says, "Well, gentlemen,
Gather round. Let me tell you of the times when women like me were not allowed to fight for our country and our freedom. But I did, anyway."
But basically, she was predominantly like a soldier who was fought in Serbia. At this point, it's just kind of predominantly the song. But here, we can actually kind of skip to this part to kind of show a little, I mean, a little bit at least with, just kind of show the flag of the banner and where she fought with and stuff. But it's a fun little song, but we'll skip to the last little part of the actual rest of the narration.
After the battle, the new commander of the Iron Regiment asked in front of the regiment, "Which soldier or non-commissioned officer deserves the highest military decoration of Serbia, the Order of the Star of Karađorđe, for their part in the Battle of Kolubara?" A cry went up among the men. Milunka Savic.
That's her name. Okay, honestly, it took near the end of it to actually kind of figure out what the fuck her name was, but it was Milunka Savic. But she was, somebody who kind of said, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna fight anyway, and you're not gonna stop me. And she actually, I think one of her exploits that she did in war was she basically, like, had a bandolier just straight up full of grenades, and she had, like, I think it was just a pistol in her hand, and then, like, another grenade in her hand, and walked up to a bunch of Bulgarian troops and was just like, you're gonna fucking surrender right now, or else I'm just, like, chucking all these grenades at you, basically, and shooting you. And, like, there was, like, at least, like, 20 some of them, and they're like, okay, fuck it, alright, and we're just taken aback, and we're just, like, in shock, and basically just kind of capitulated and walked back with her to the Serbian lines and shit. And it's just like, damn, based. It's like, shit. She's actually legitimately like a certified badass, honestly. And I remember at least hearing about her first, because before even Sabaton wrote the song, because I'm pretty sure DFF did like an episode about like badass women in history, and she was one of them that they were talking about. And I also remember that too, because at some point, the Bulgarian subreddit on Reddit got wind of the clip of them kind of fucking on them a little bit because of her, getting imprisoning, the Bulgarians and stuff. And a bunch of Bulgarians like, these fat neckbeard American losers won't even understand this. And it's like, wow, did somebody get hit with a nerve? It's like, man. I also remember going over there, I'm just like, wow, you get so butthurt over random side little humorous comments that you have to make a whole, like, thread about it on a subreddit. It's like, cope. I just laughed about it. I'm pretty sure I got banned off the Reddit after that. Which just kind of validated, yeah, cope. Suka. Oh, yeah, you ran over here pretty quick after that. Yeah. Up. Hello. Oh. Good boy. Good boy. There you go. Have that at least, show him off a little bit. Have his cute little face shown. You see a little butt. He just like scrunched that down so quick and just ran right off. Wow. He did not give a shit about anything else but that treat. I was thinking at the very least you'd want little scritches and stuff, but no, I guess not. Jerk. What's going on too, yeah. Might have a little hour of just amusement and chilling, but what serious bullshit is going on too? Well, you know what? I can't even say where it's just fun and amusement because we're talking about serious shit about cops earlier, so actually not 100% just fun amusement, but what a random little fun thing. Oh. Steam Crowd's wild spat Ben Shapiro. Ladies, you're both beautiful. Steam Crowd, Ben Shapiro, you are both beautiful. It's okay. Ladies, you don't need to fight. I feel like at least that's more accurate for Steven Crowder, considering that he just exceptionally wants to have an excuse to cross-dress whenever possible. So at least I think for him it's actually kind of accurate. Oh, my bad for her. I'm sorry, Stephanie. I didn't mean to misgender. Stephanie Chowder. I gotta love it, man. Whenever there's like, you know, some spats going on and shit, you know, between the right, you gotta just absorb it into your essence and just soak it up and just enjoy it. It's just the rare times, you know, where there's just genuine, like, mirth.
George, the big conservative, the big con, and it really is the biggest con going right now. They're making it known in their contracts that they will enforce the guidelines of big tech and punish conservatives.
He's accusing us of being in league with big tech because...
Oh my god. Oh my god, this is even better than I thought. Holy shit. So, you know what? I see what's going on. Oh my god, I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here. Oh my god, Stephanie, oh my god, it's so easy to see through you. Holy shit. Oh my god, this was way too easy to see through you. Oh my god. Daily Wire, like, so I know why. Here's why. Because Daily Wire is expanding into, like, media entertainment. They're trying to do some movies. They're flopping horribly, but, you know, nonetheless, they're trying to expand into, like, you know, different forms of entertainment outside of just being a propaganda outlet. And Crowder, being a comedian and has worked as a voice actor in the past and shit, that motherfucker used to be, you know, on Arthur, for fuck's sake. Like, I mean, just really let that sink in. Steven Crowder was on Arthur for like a season or two. I mean, so it's like you got this son of a bitch who's like, you know, has also been in the industry a little bit. You know, Ben Shapiro, another motherfucker that wants to be, you know, in the industry, so he's starting his own thing. Instead of Stephanie Chowder basically being like, oh, hey, maybe we can just join hands together. You know, we can, you know, like, I'm gonna actually be a jealous little prissy bitch and be like, that was supposed to be my thing. What the fuck? Like, I see what's going on. Steven Crowder's butthurt because, you know, Ben Shapiro's at least got, like, some sort of, like, an established entertainment production thing going on. Like, and Steven Crowder ain't a part of any of it, and he wants to, and he wants it to be his thing, and it's not. It's not his little baby, it's Ben's baby. Well, I guess the Wilkes brothers' baby, technically, but nonetheless. So he's calling him out, and the thing is, like, Steven's not even necessarily, like, entirely wrong. He's just not, like, Ben and Daily Wire is just not in bed of big tech. They're in bed of the Wilkes brothers and the fracking industry and the broader, like, conservative right-wing think tank, you know, apparatus abroad. So it's like, I mean, they're not a part of, like, the big tech. Their affiliations are to other shit. You know, so in a way, it's like, yeah, Ben Shapiro is beholden to, you know, specific voices and shit, and you will be shut down if you dissent against those type of voices if you're within the ranks and stuff. You know, yeah, sure, but it's not because of big tech. I mean, it's because of, like, the very broader right-wing conservative think tank that they're pushing and propagating, and a part of, you know, the whole fracking and fossil fuel industry abroad as well. Like, that's definitely one of their whole big things. So, I know, especially for Ben Shapiro, like, you know, to dog on climate change or environmentalists and shit like that, you know, like, at any opportunity possible is, you know, ripe opportunity indeed for them. Who was he on Arthur? I think he was, I think it was, Brain, I believe? Or Brian, I believe? I forget which character. I know it was for like a season or two. He didn't last that long as the character, but I think it was like... It was either Brain or Brian. I forget it. I forget which one, but something like that.
Term sheet that we submitted to him that offered to pay him $50 million over 4 years.
$50 million? So you think you got Chelsea Clinton?
Brain. Okay, so yeah, Brain.
Yesterday, Steven Crowder released a sanctimonious video where he anxiously exposed the conservative media that's supposedly in bed with big tech. Now, even though he went out of his way to avoid naming names, the audience pretty much figured out immediately that he was referring to Ben Shapiro. And now today, Ben Shapiro
That's
has
character's nickname? Okay.
responded to the accusations lobbed against him
that character.
by Steven Crowder. Now, this entire debacle is incredibly entertaining, but it really exposes a lot about conservative media, specifically how much money is behind them. But before we get to my commentary, let's listen to Steven Crowder's initial accusations.
But for the first time, I have to say that I believe many of those in charge in the right-leaning media are actually at odds with what's best for you, the viewer, the customer, and more importantly, the country.
Throwing that in there out of nowhere. Dude, I love how, like, they can't even really hide the mask even on that. It's like, you know, you, the viewer, the customer, you know, it was for the country and stuff, yeah. It's like, you literally didn't even have to say that, dude. It's like, oh, yes, like, you're a customer to our brand of ideas and shit. It's like, okay, yeah, so what a way to kind of obviously show the grit there, you fuck.
We here at Mount Club, we thought that we were all in this together, that we were fighting the media, entertainment, industrial complex. We thought...
Dude. That's what he means by that. Which, honestly, that's the reason why I think a lot of people immediately picked up that he was fucking on Ben Shapiro and Daily Wire, because he has made a lot of very dog-whistly anti-Semitic shit, you know, when it comes to comments and stuff. Does he have a gun just sitting there on his desk? Oh my god, you fucking bitch. I just saw that out of nowhere. He has a gun displayed there. Oh my god, you fucking little pansy little sissy, dude. I'm surprised you don't have your fucking holster on, for fuck's sake. I just realized you don't even have that on, that I'm just so used to that being ingrained into your fucking chest. Like, oh my god, dude, this little pansy bitch, bro. My god. Like, really, dude?
Genuinely taking it to big tech. But too many of those in charge of the big conservative platforms.
Okay, now I've just noticed that gun just sitting there on the corner. I'm just like, what the fuck? Why does he just have it there? I mean, is it a display piece, or is it actually something that he uses? Like, I can't even... I mean, I think he uses it. It looks like he's just having it sit there displayed. Like, just what the fuck, bro? Like, really? You see me displaying my shit? Like, come on, bro. Like, you fucking little pansy, dude. You feel, like, so insecure about yourself. You have to have, like, your little gun out on your desk. Just like, you know, some mob boss, like, oh, yes, we have to lay down, you know, the real things of the law. You know what? I wonder if that's a little symbolic. Like, you know, it's like, hey, we have to address, you know, this shit because I thought we were all in this together. Gun on the desk. Evidently not. Oh, dude, that's like, I feel like that's a little slightly, you know, purposely placed. I feel like that's strategically placed there now that I think about it. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but knowing Steven, though, this guy's a fucking actor, bro. Like, this guy, like, this is what he wants to, like, he's like a failed actor, failed voice actor, like, he, like, you know, and is a part of the whole big grift because it's how he makes his money now and shit. So he's all about making, like, a theatric, you know, about shit. I mean, just the way he has his whole setup, dude. All of it's specific. You know, all of it's done in this way of, like, having a certain, like, theatrical, like, theme to it. And this in itself definitely has that sense. You really think he's smart enough to do that, though? I think he has enough, like, theatrical chops. I think he has at least enough knowledge about that to have a sense of it, but he's not exactly smart about being subtle with it. Because it took me, like, as soon as I noticed the gun, it literally cut me off. I was like, does he have that just sitting there? And I was like, why in the fuck does he have it there? And I went, oh, well, he is a theater's kid. At most, I believe someone advised him to do it. Oh, dude, I honestly get, dude, his whole fucking, like, crew of dipshits are probably a bunch of failed little dorky-ass theater kids. Like, failed ones, at least, you know, where they're all just, like, angry at the fucking, like, Hollywood system and shit, and this is how they fucking get their little, like, circle jerk off. Like, I'm sure, like, he has, like, a whole little thing about it. This will make you look real tough. I mean, at this point, I feel like he's gotten enough of that in his head to where he can kind of figure that out on his own. Which is why I feel like, I mean, at this point, he's not, I wouldn't necessarily say he's, like, smart per se, but I would say he's at least competent enough to at least have an idea and understanding about it. You know, at least given enough, you know, like, given enough due to the devil, basically, just enough to be like, alright, I can kind of see what you're trying to fucking do. It's not exactly coy or subtle or cunning by any means, but it's pretty obvious.
Verifiably in bed with them. Big Tech is in bed with Big Con. The people you thought.
Big Con? Wait, so are you a part of that? Like, or was a part of that, where it's just like it was a big industry, but now you're not in it anymore, so now it's a whole big, like, like, you're a part of that still, bro. Like, you're a part of that. You just wish that you were more, like, in it with, like, the Daily Wire and shit when it comes to, you know, their entertainment wing of things. Because, you know, with a lot of the shit that they've been expanding into with. But that's because they got the fucking backing of fracking billionaires and shit. So, it's like, what do you got? I'm sure you got your backers, but you don't got, like, you know, billionaire backers, I'm sure. You probably got a couple millionaires here and there, but, I mean, all in all, you ain't got, like, the big boys, you know, backing you up.
The people I thought were fighting for you, a lot of it has been a Big Con. If blank is boycotted or dropped by more than 50% of the advertising partners, the company is not able to replace them within 90 days, the fee will be reduced by 25%. That's a sponsorship boycott. So that's saying, hey, liberals, boycotts work.
No, they don't.
They work on our guys.
They work on our guys. They don't for you for some reason, but they work for our guys. It's like, bro, just because it was like a failed, you know, like, expansion, or like there's a cut in like the revenue and stuff, doesn't inherently mean like some boycott. It means that our investors saw that it's not exactly a profitable investment to go into, so they cut their losses and move into something that's more profitable as an investment. That's basic capitalism 101 shit, bro. And you know it, but you have to can be the victim and be like, oh, see, this is a boycott and it works, see? This is how, you know, it's happening to our guys.
We'll punish them for you. Let me go on. Specifically, YouTube demonetization. If any of the major...
That's shit that you fucking push, motherfucker. Fuck you, dude. Like, the whole, like, demonetization shit is because of how, like, you know, modest and civil and, like, cookie cutter and non-vulgar you have to be and all this other bullshit. That's because of you crazy-ass Christian fascistic moral prudists motherfuckers. Like, fuck you. You simpering little moralistic fucking dickbag. Like, really? Like, oh my god. Trying to fucking fling it around on the other side. Are you fucking serious?
Issues of content.
What a little victim, bro. What a little bitch. What a little, like, whiny little cis boy, bro. Like, really? Like, dude. Like, you're, like, successful as fuck, you know, even granted, you know, not having the big names backing you up. You just wish that you were more successful. You wish that you had, like, you know, the ability to have, like, some entertaining, you know, fucking, like, production company making at least a film or two. Albeit, at least, you know, for Daily Wire, flopped like bitches. Like a bunch of fish out of water. But, still, like, really? Like, you're gonna freak out just like, over the... Oh my god, dude, what a little whiny fuck, dude. What a snowflake. What a triggered little whiner. Man, this is why, like, when it comes to the whole SJW and anti-SJW, it's like, at this point, it's basically flipped on its head. Like, at this rate, as far as I'm concerned, like, the SJWs and the snowflakes are these motherfuckers, dude. Like, it's a bitch of whine about everything. Ugh. It's like, man... What happened to, like, this, you know, like, the, like, conservative side of being all, like, masculine and having some pair of balls and pulling yourself by your bootstraps and being a man? Like, what happened to all that shit? It suddenly flew out the window.
Cannot be monetized on such a platform, and the company is not able to resolve the issue within 90 days, the fee will be reduced by 25% moving forward. Now, I thought this was a mistake because, you know, these people maybe didn't know who I am, that we've been demonetized for 3 years. No, it was made very clear to me in no uncertain terms. This is what's sent out to everybody. Think about this for a second. Those in charge, the big conservative, the big con, and it really is the biggest con going right now. They're making it known.
I guess the broken clock is right twice a day, but guess what? You're a part of it too. You're a part of it too. Like, you can't just fucking, you know, weasel your way out of that and be like, I'm not a part of this. It's like, yeah, you are too, and so is any other like motherfucker that's like got a, you know, voice smaller than you too when it comes to shit like this. Like, to like weird ass little dork balls, like, you know, that nuclear grifter weirdo and shit. I still don't even know how to remember that guy's name. That was like React TJ, to like the Nick Fuenteses, to you, to the Ben Shapiro's, to the big fuck names like, you know, who used to be around, like fucking Rush Limbaugh, to like Lars Larson or like Dana Loesch. All these motherfuckers, like, I mean, they're all part of this fucking apparatus, bruh. There ain't no way you're gonna just like weasel your way out of that shit. Fuck you, bro.
Their contracts that they will enforce the guidelines of big tech and punish conservatives.
The most insufferable part about that to me is how he tried to make this about the viewers and how Big Con is betraying the viewers, when in actuality this is about him not being satisfied with a very lucrative contract. And it's evident based on this portion of the video that we're about to watch that he's positioning himself...
Oh, if he's all so upset about a contract, I wonder what, you know, could have been a thing that could have probably helped, you know, have a more collective voice to have a better outcome for the contract for people like him. Oh wait, they also fundamentally are against ideas like that because you have to pull yourself by bootstraps and but oh, as soon as something you're not satisfied with, you want to bitch and moan about it.
For the next phase of his grift, which is why he decided to make a giant spectacle out of this announcement. Let's watch.
If there are enough of you out there, I will transition Mug Club into a full-scale network with independent content creators who don't want to be locked into slave contracts. Look,
oh my god. So now you're gonna try to start your own fucking thing. Now you're gonna be like, now we're gonna be our own separate production and shit, and just see where it goes. Oh my god, dude, you're such an idiot. Oh wow, dude, that like. I welcome it, actually. I mean, I want to see where that goes, because it's going to be more catastrophic than, like, the Daily Wire's, like, expansion into movies, dude. Like, what was, like, the last movie that Jim Carrey was in that the Daily Wire put out? Like, how much money did that make? Like, literally $800? Like, I mean, it's like, dude, imagine, like, if Steven Crowder's little Mud Club Productions, you know, fucking made a movie, bro. Like, it wouldn't even get close to, it wouldn't even, like, break even. It would make like a negative like $1,000+ or some shit. Like, and they're fucking, there ain't no way.
And business relationships sometimes fall through. People don't see eye to eye. I get that. But there is a way to structure these contracts and a network.
Sure there is, but you're also against that idea too, and I'm not even gonna get into that tangent.
World in which contracts and a network exists where everyone benefits.
Oh yeah, I wonder what that, you know what, yeah, fuck it, he's about to get me into that tangent. I wonder what that could be, but so since you're so fucking anti-union and so against labor and shit, you want to know between, you know, like, through your fucking head of just debauchery and bullshit, that maybe, I don't know, things like that would actually be a good fucking idea and actually be beneficial for fucking oh my god, you ugh. Like, it's, what a dense motherfucker. It's like, yeah, I wonder what that would be, bitch. Like, really? Really, Crowder? Couldn't get a movie shown on PBS. Yeah, you couldn't even get it on fucking public broadcasting.
Some semblance of fairness, transparency. There's no need to be enslaved like this.
Give me your money and I'll make a more virtuous conservative platform where we're not going to be beholden to big tech. Now, that to me is just hilarious, but there's a portion of that clip, and I'm sure you picked up on it, that is just so ridiculous. He called that contract a slave contract and said, there's no reason to be enslaved like this. Now, as you're going to...
Yeah, honestly, that is kind of, that shit set me off.
That claim is absolutely ridiculous, so ridiculous that Ben Shapiro was forced to respond and point out that this slave contract that that Steven Crowder is referring to here, that is a $50 million contract. Let's listen.
I would just like to take a moment, speaking of big tech and its suppression of free speech, one moment to comment on a controversy that has broken out because my friend Steven Crowder, been friends with Steven for a long time, well over a decade.
I'm sure you have been.
When he first signed a contract with Fox, and I've been friendly for a very long time. He put out a video essentially accusing Daily Wire of being in league with big tech. He's accusing us of being in league with big tech because of a term sheet, a negotiable term sheet that we submitted to him that offered to pay him $50 million over 4 years. And included provisions that said that if he got booted from arenas that would lose him ad dollars, since we would also lose the ad dollars, then he would lose money as well. This is typically how contracts work. If his show were to start losing money, this is true of my show. If my show loses money and it loses the Daily Wire money, I lose money. And so if Steven had come to work at Daily Wire Plus, it would be precisely the same thing. Like that if
My God, am I actually agreeing with Ben?
he had lost money in the ad space, and his show had lost money, then he also would have lost money because that's how a joint venture works. Steven interpreted that as somehow misinterpreted. I'll give it the best possible gloss. He somehow
Oh my God. Suck his cock further, Ben. Jesus Christ.
interpreted that as us attempting to quote-unquote do the work of YouTube. No. If you want more on that,
No. Oh my God. What, like, am I actually, like, agreeing kind of with Ben a little? Okay,
then
whatever.
check out my friend and co-founder Jeremy Boring's 55-minute video going through every single word of the term sheet that Steven selectively read on his own YouTube channel.
I'm not
certain parts,
watching that,
other
Ben.
parts,
Fuck
Jeremy
you.
reads literally word for word the entire term sheet and explains every single term they're in. I think it is well worth the watch.
No, it's not. Oh my God. Yeah, let me. Oh yeah, just listen. Watching a fucking 55-minute video of a literal, just reading word for word a contract. Oh, so worth a watch, Ben. Oh yeah, let me just be enthralled and so energetically enthused to just go watch that, Ben. Oh yeah. Oh, so yeah. Let me just absorb that.
You should go subscribe to Steven's Mug Club. I hope that he's very successful in whatever endeavor he chooses to pursue. That does not mean that he happens to be correct about the term sheet we submitted to him, and there is something rather nasty about attacking people who have been friends for over a decade, colleagues, defenders for over a decade, on the basis of your own misinterpretation of a document that offers you $50 million over the course of 4 years.
In other words, Steven Crowder was insulted that the $50 million contract wasn't sufficient. And he was mad that there were caveats in said contract, which said he would lose money in the event he were to be deplatformed. Now, his claim is that deplatforming or demonetization for conservatives is inevitable, so $50 million wouldn't be the actual value that he's paid. But believe it or not, you don't have to say things that get you demonetized and deplatformed. For example, Ben Shapiro, he's one example. He still says all of the overtly bigoted things that he wants to say. He just doesn't take it to the next step and use slurs and go out of his way to violate the terms of service on YouTube. But a lot of these conservatives, they do this on purpose. Like, they go out of their way to get banned or temporary suspensions, so that way...
I mean, duh. I mean, a lot of it is basically just a way to, pretend that they're the victim. It's like, why do you be a bunch of triggered little snowflakes and trying to make us the victim? What the fuck? We're victims of your fucking, bullshit, bruh. This shit, free speech, bruh. I mean, they always use this fucking bullshit, and it's just, so they can just get away with basically being, like, racist fucking pieces of subhuman shit, where they could be, making jokes and trying to do, like, fucking, like, what are those, like demonstration shows or whatever fuck I think they're called? Like, where it's basically just, like, blackface theater and shit. I mean, it's like they basically just want to do that left and right and get away with it and, just make, horrible racist caricatures of everything. And, and be like, what? I mean, free speech, bruh. I mean, come on. I mean, it's just like, we're not, doing nothing wrong. And it's like, oh, yeah, sure. It's like, give me a break. Like, when it comes to the whole, concept of, saying this type of shit, there's going to be consequences with things. I mean, there's always going to be, like, some form of consequence. Consequence doesn't necessarily have to be a negative thing, but nonetheless, I mean, there will be a consequence, when it comes to being a racist dumb fuck, and saying stupid bullshit, or acting like a fucking, racist idiot, doing caricatures of, like, that are abhorrently, fucking bigoted and shit. I mean, it's like... Yeah, what do you expect? Instead of making fun of something they like, they flip the hell out. Yeah, and they, you know, say, why are you so offended? Why are you being triggered? Oh, you know, don't be a snowflake. I mean, come on now. It's like, really? We're really gonna do those double standards now? Man, I'm especially here because, as you can see here, this is a half, heart and a half I have, and Steven has the other half.
Then do a crowdfunding campaign and claim that they're being censored and say, oh my god, join my mug club or join my Patreon to push back against the censorship from big tech. So they like this victim narrative because that narrative is lucrative. So by
I know, bro, you look pretty triggered to me.
Joining
yeah,
this
for real.
contract, Steven Crowder wouldn't be able to rely on that portion of the grift. But understand that this exposes how greedy this man is. $50 million over 4 years. That is an amount of money that is comparable to mainstream media pundits. And yet, he's still not satisfied. It is absolutely incredible. Now, Ben Shapiro referenced the co-CEO of the Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, and he responded in a very lengthy video. I'll link to that down below if you want to watch the full thing. But the clip that we're going to see shows Boring exposing Steven Crowder as a fraud because he claims that he's independent and he's virtuous. When in
oh god, is he actually gonna play some of that?
No, billionaires rolled out the red carpet in front of him and helped him get to the level that he's at currently.
You know, he talks in this video about being one of the only true independent conservative voices. And I find
this guy, like, he literally looks boring as fuck.
Incredibly.
And he also literally looks like a Jeremy. What a fucking dorky nerd.
You know, Steven, the whole time I've known him, has worked for someone else.
Bruh, you literally could have been like a marine biologist or something, but this is the path he chose.
Has been paid by someone else. That doesn't mean other people tell him what to say. He's a very independent voice, and that's good. So is Matt Walsh. So is Candace Owens. So is Ben Shapiro. So is Michael Knowles. So is Brett Cooper.
Oh yeah, all these independent voices that basically say the exact same fucking shit in different ways. Oh yeah, such independent, free-thinking voices. Oh yeah, Oh, I'm feeling so much free-thinking going on over there.
But Steven,
totally not a hive mind.
You know, as much or more than any of them, a very independent voice. But he's not exactly a self-made man. That's not true. He was paid by PJTV when I met him, which was owned by a billionaire at the time. Then he was paid by CRTV for a number of years, which was owned by a billionaire at the time. Then he was paid by The Blaze, which was subsidized by a billionaire, until Tyler Carden, one of the real genius businessmen in our movement, turned the company around and made it profitable. During all of that time, Steven drove a ton of revenue. He's incredibly valuable. I'm not suggesting that he wasn't driving value. He was. I'm only saying he didn't have to build all of that. He didn't have to think about it. And he didn't necessarily have to be profitable. And he doesn't know for a fact that he was profitable. Because, as he has said very publicly, all those companies, none of them really shared all the information about what was happening with them. So Steven feels very certain that his show was always profitable.
He looks like he got released in high school for sexual harassment. That's what it was, by the way. It was the sexual bullying is a crime. Fucking schools trying to dodge responsibility. Wow. So sexual bullying is actually outright a crime, but a way, you know, for schools to avoid accountability and responsibility about it. They just, wow. Even for me, that's something I didn't even know.
But he doesn't know that his show was profitable.
This is all hilarious to me. He claims that he's independent, but yet you can't actually...
That's what my school called it. Well, I think that's across the board, because even my school will call, like, sexual assault or sexual bullying just sexual harassment. Or just catch-all bullying. Or just harassment.
If you've been bankrolled by billionaires. Because, think about it. You really can't say...
Hell, even physical bullying, like, that's just assault. Yep.
Whatever you want if you have billionaire money. You can advocate on increasing their taxes or policies that go against their particular industries. Now, a conservative would never do that because they are bootlickers and they support these industries. They support the status quo, hence why these billionaires fund them. But you're still not independent because in the event Steven Crowder decided to go rogue and say, well, maybe we should increase taxes on some wealthy individuals, well, then they would pull funding. So he's still restrained. He's not fully independent as we are on the left, where we don't even take advertising dollars most of the time. Now, there's some additional...
Which is honestly why, like, a lot of left voices, like the Human Sports Psycho Talk, etc., you know, like the Rational National, and so on and so forth. Like, I mean, that's why, you know, a lot of lefty voices tend to be a lot more smaller in comparison, you know, to a lot of right-wing voices and shit. It's because they're not exactly, you know, ingrained towards status quo, and thus don't get a lot of advertising dollars or a bunch of millionaires and billionaires wanting to subsidize them.
That I find pretty hilarious. Journalist Will Sommer explains the reaction among the right-wing fan base was initially with Crowder, but now seems to be shifting against him with the revelation that he treated a $50 million contract like indentured servitude. Exactly. He has no self-awareness. One final detail. Jordan Peterson, whose podcast is hosted by the Daily Wire, was apparently unaware of who Crowder's video was actually about and initially tweeted his support for him. Someone appears to have gotten to him, though, and Peterson later deleted the tweet. Now, it's possibly relevant. In November, roughly 2 months after the Daily Wire negotiation broke down, Steven Crowder was defending Kanye by complaining about people with Jewish last names in conservative media duping talent with confusing contracts.
Just more dog whistling anti-Semitic Nazism out of Steven Crowder, which is honestly partly why that he wouldn't necessarily, you know, be totally buddy-buddy of Ben Shapiro anyway. Or like in a part of his whole brand of things, because, you know, there's, you know, a whole problem with, you know, Jewish last names being within media, especially within conservative media.
People with Jewish last names, I wonder who he could have been talking about. That was a great find by Will Sommer, by the way. So he was covertly taking shots at Ben Shapiro, presumably back then, but now he's decided, actually, there's a way to cash in on this. Position myself to, rather than joining the Daily Wire, just be the next Daily Wire and have my viewers fund my venture, even though I'm already
which is going to flop.
Incredibly wealthy. And he has a lot of money, because if you're going to turn down a $50 million contract for pretty reasonable clauses, then you're doing pretty well. Now, let's talk about what this all exposes. I think it's pretty obvious, but these right-wingers, right-wing media, this whole ecosystem, it is far more well-funded than any of us imagined. As this Twitter user points out, the amount of secret billionaire money floating around these hard-right media personalities has got to be way more than even the most cynical person might imagine. Yeah, exactly, because we all knew...
I mean, duh. I mean, you know, because... like at the end of the day, I mean, especially when it comes to the far right and like even within like the fascistic right and stuff, I mean, they're a lot more in favor of the capitalistic you know, drive and the whole system in itself and the status quo, more so than the general broader like progressive left is. And because of that, you know, a lot of the status quo is going to be more benevolent, more in favor to the interests of, you know, the far right because of that. Like, because it doesn't really matter, like, what cultural, you know, shit or, like, what social things are going on, you know, to someone who just wants to maximize their profit. They just want to make sure that, you know, whoever's, you know, buying their shit is buying their shit. They don't really give a fuck, you know, what you believe.
That these right-wing figures and organizations were propped up by billionaire money, but none of us knew just the sheer amount of money that was behind these individuals. A 2018 TYT report by Alex Koch detailed some of the billionaires in the web of funding for the Daily Wire and right-wing media more generally speaking, and it's a bit complicated, but they're heavily propped up by billionaires overall, like the Mercers, the Wilkes brothers, and Koch Industries, just to name a few. But in part due to this funding, Ben Shapiro was able to transform the Daily Wire into an organization that found commercial success, claiming that they raked in $100 million in 2021, up from $65 million in 2020. And considering that they just recently offered Steven Crowder a $50 million contract for 4 years, I'm assuming, just gonna go out on a limb here, that 2022 was really good to them as well.
So, oh, yeah.
So, this right here, specifically, is why these right-wingers have so much influence. It's not because they make better arguments and they're just more persuasive. That's not the case. It's because they're bankrolled by the rich, and when you have this money...
and are profitable because of that.
You can more easily get your name out there. You can flood the airwaves with your advertisements. You can sponsor organizations that will promote you. That's why the left is having such a difficult time competing with them, and it seems as if they're winning the culture war. But in actuality...
what's really frustrating is stuff left advocates should be just common sense. I get The right is more fun, but you could think the average person will at least be smart enough to see through that. Yeah, and and at least be able to kind of like put the dots together and see that where the true root of the causation of the problems are. But I mean, honestly, a lot of that would have to just go into like restructuring our entire fucking education system, which has been structured to be benevolent and enforce and perpetuate the same fucking thing that is maximizing, this type of idea that is being pushed. If I saw some shit around me going wrong, and someone's like, no, so I'm gonna automatically believe them. Well, yeah, I definitely wouldn't either. But that's the difference. You and I have at least, critical thinking. Most, at least especially in America, most people don't.
They're just reaching more people, and the left can't.
Skepticism is partly genetic. Partly, I don't think so, but I guess there could be a possibility of an argument made for it, but I don't think. I mean, because there's at least, still an inherent, like, fight response, that's, that we have and shit. But I think, a lot of that is just kind of comes through the environment. But again, I'm not exactly, too sure. I wouldn't think so, though, but...
Do this because, again, the left, we actually are independent. We don't take money from billionaires. Most of us, again, don't even run advertisements. So... this is why it seems... I
generally don't consider myself a huge skeptical person, but even I won't believe that shit these people peddle out. Yeah, I mean...
they're winning, and why...
Well, I definitely consider myself at least, a skeptical person and shit, so... I mean, at least for me, like, it will take, like, a legit be like, like, an actual, like, kind of, like, I have to see it to believe it type of thing, for me. Or at least, actual, like, verifiable, or at least, like, actual, like, peer-reviewed evidence and study, that's been done about those things. So for me, it's just, like, I definitely would call myself a skeptic, at least. But only when things might even slightly inconvenience them or help people. Yeah, it's like their skepticism is, put in the wrong places and shit, and then their sense of paranoia goes into, ideas like, oh, the government, needs to get their hands out of this and that and all this other bullshit. Just leave negative Yelp reviews, that'll help.
Important for the likes of us on the left to push back against their talking points and reveal how clownish and cartoonishly stupid their arguments are. Because it's just a numbers game. The more people you reach, the more people you're going to convince. And if you get your message out to more people, you're going to have more people jump on the bandwagon. So it's a difficult job to try to compete with the right, but this is why they are dominant. It's because there's so much money behind them. And even a $50 million contract isn't sufficient for some of these individuals. So that goes to show you how much money they have. It's just so...
and at the very least, how greedy they are.
Ridiculous. This is why so many folks on the left end up grifting to the right, because there's no money on the left. So of course, you little by little start to shift to the right, and you realize, wow, it actually pays to be a hateful piece of shit. Hate pays. Because not only do you get a lot of eyeballs from the individuals who are radicalized by the likes of Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro, but that opens the door to right-wing funding. Look at the way that Glenn Greenwald and other individuals got contracts with Rumble. They're not offering that to left-wingers. Do you understand? So this is why it seems like they're winning. It's because money is everything. Money is power in the capitalist system. And that's why we have to work that much harder to try to compete with them and dismantle their misinformation.
Yeah. Which also includes, being just very aggressive about, just attacking their ideas and shit fundamentally. At least at this point, because they're just that fucking absurd and dangerous. Vested this random NFT. I assume believe you. Here's my life savings. Let me introduce these policies that have been proven to work in multiple other countries. Well, wait, hold on now. I don't know about that. That sounds like some communism. I mean, no, for fucking real, though. I mean, it's also just like the, I mean, it's like, a lot, that's the kind of thing. It's like a lot of these type of people are just like, oh, there's, you know, like, you know, conspiracies that the government doing, like, trying to, you know, do weird shit with, like, you know, vaccines or this and that, or whatever the fuck. And then they'll look at, like, NFTs or crypto and just look at, like, outright snake oil salesmen or scammeries and shit. And Ponzi schemes. And just, like, basically be like, yep, I 100% believe this. I think a lot of it's just because it doesn't happen to be a part of the government, so thus, they must be on our side. And they're not defenders of that said government and don't advocate for them. So they must be on my side. They confirm enough of my bias teeth. I had a burrito earlier. And I got like a little bit of meat like stuck between the gums and the tooth, and it's actually really starting to annoy me. Let's see if this will get out. Just bend this. There we go. So I can't really blame people for use of violence to combat these people, because like playing chess and your opponent's pieces are aside from the king are all queens. Yeah, it's like they have nothing but queens and you have nothing but pawns, and maybe like, you know, the rooks, and then you have one queen and then the rest of our pawns, and of course the king. It's like, oh wow, like one queen, two rooks, and nothing but pawns and the king. Oh wow, well, good odds there. I mean, hypothetically, that isn't an impossible game, but Jesus, you know, the odds are, like, fundamentally stacked against you. Actually, I wouldn't mind seeing a game like that play out. I wouldn't mind taking a challenge on that. Oh, almost got out. Come on, bastard. Alright, then got it. Life don't fair. Yeah, because you different. Yeah, no shit. Life ain't fair because of your ass being a fucking just outright just, like status quo peddling piece of shit. It's like, what the fuck do you expect? Man, Shabibi hates Martin Luther King and his new statue. Is it that dick statue? Because to be fair, I really don't like that statue either. If it's that statue, I mean, like, yeah, I don't like it either. And honestly, it just does not look good. They could have done the whole, like, because apparently it's called, like, Embrace or something, and it's like, what statue? Have you not seen it yet? It's like this meme of a statue. Maybe, oh yeah, here it is. That's it. That's the statue. It's like a Martin Luther King statue or something like that. I think in Boston. I have no idea. But this is like the statue. And, like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, what even? Like, what is it even? Is there another angle on it? What am I looking at? That's what I mean. Here's another angle. Like, what's going on here? Oh, you know what? I think I'm now just starting to see what the fuck it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like two arms that are like this. What the fuck? I now just finally, I think, just realized what the hell it is. What? Dude, yeah, honestly, low-key though, the statue does look kind of... What the hell? Wait a minute, it's like a weird-ass, like, 360 statue, so it's like a bunch of arms. So it's like, basically, if somebody's like... I figured that from the embrace thing. It's based on a photo of him embracing his wife. Well, I'm just saying they really could have done a better depiction of that, personally. Because I'm just going to admit, I'm not really exactly a fan of it. Like, I mean, they could have done something a little better about that. Like, because as soon as I saw from that, like, front angle, like, as soon as I saw this, that's when I just started realizing what it is. This, like, and this is, like, what I just finally realized. It's like, oh, I think I'm seeing what it's supposed to be. But it's just like, I don't know. I'm not gonna criticize it. I mean, it's art. Like, art is subjective, you know, to the viewer, and it's not my favorite piece of art, you know, at least, you know, when it comes to the commemoration of MLK. I feel like they could have done better about it. I mean, it's not the worst thing out there, I mean, but it's also not my favorite, by any means. See, yeah, see, from this angle, now it looks like something else. So now it looks like, is that this... See, I don't know. Like, I'm not, like... Okay, see, I get the picture. But it's just arms. Why not just basically just sculpt like that? Yeah, yeah, why not just that? They could have just sculpted that. With those smiles and everything. Like, honestly, if they did a sculpture of that, I felt like that would have been better. I don't know, that's just my opinion, but whatever. Wait, what's going on? Well, ignore his right. Okay, his fullness is still too much for him. Tripping quotes about love. Wait, so somebody's trying to say that this represents white America? Wait, is there somebody critiquing it from some weird other... okay, chill out, bro. Alright, whoever that is, chill the fuck out. Like, this is not, like, white America butchering MLK. Like, chill the fuck out. Oh my god. That's just going too far on the other side of things. Like, oh my lord. It lets you interpret it in your own way. Well, yeah, I mean... Honestly, if I was there and I was able to actually, like, walk around the damn thing, you know, and actually see it, you know, with my own eyes, honestly, I'm sure I'd probably have a different perspective. I mean, but just from the photos, I can't totally... I mean, honestly, from, like, one angle, it kind of looks like just arms, but for this angle, it looks like there's a head right there, I think? I mean, see, I don't know. Like, I'll have to just actually be in Boston to go see the damn thing. But what if it's a historical figure? Shouldn't it be a bit more clear? I mean, a little bit, yeah. I mean, I don't know. You can take university classes called Art Appreciation. I mean, well, I don't feel like you necessarily need classes, you know, to appreciate art, but, I mean... Because, again, I mean, art is fundamentally a subjective thing. I mean, it's like, you know, you can appreciate art in itself, but also look at very specific types of art or very specific pieces and be like, eh. Or just have a very visceral reaction, too. But for me, I don't have a visceral one. I just look at it, for me, I'm just, like, kind of initially been confused about it for a while, but now I'm starting to just kind of see it. And I'm like, okay. Who doesn't appreciate art? Conservatives, Ben Shapiro. That one PragerU video. Oh my god, you want to see that next? I'll use the Onion Nuggets commentary because there's no way I'm doing that by myself. I would actually blow a fucking gasket. but anyway, you know. But we'll check this out at least. We'll see this whole thing. At least just a little bit of some booshiness. I just mainly want to see like Ben's fucking thing about it. Well, I tried. I feel more like being forced out. That smile face seems sinister. Embrace it. Need to embrace it. Well, yeah. I mean, you know, like, at the end of the day, it's, you know, it's whatever. Like, it's not, for me, it's not the end. That's the difference between at least me and, like, these weird conservative chuckle fucks and shit when it comes to art. It's like, even if it ain't my thing necessarily, whatever, it's art. I don't give a fuck. It's just like, I mean, Other people obviously, you know, can have totally different ideas about it. And honestly, it's a statue. Like, in order to really truly like get a sense about a statue and the art of something like that, you have to kind of like be there to see it. I mean, you can get like a little 3D like composite like photo thing, I suppose, and just be like, I mean, and be able to kind of see it in that way, but it won't be actually seeing the damn thing. You know, that's what I'm crying about. Oh my god, you're just trying to say something different. You're just trying to make it seem cool because it's different. What the fuck? You know, and honestly, I'd be like, you know what? Yeah, because for a lot of people it is. For me and my own personal artistic, you know, looks and stuff, maybe not. But for a lot of other people it is. What about it? Suck it up. Be a man. What happened to that masculinity that you fucking boast about? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The national holiday was declared in 1983.
Bootstraps, bitch.
And every time we have Martin Luther King Day these days, we have a broad-scale discussion about Martin.
Oh, by the way, guys, Shapiro just flat-out tweeted this time. Shapiro flat-out tweeted today that he disagrees with MLK. The conservatives are, I've said this before, the conservatives are just getting more and more open about the fact that they are, like, political enemies of MLK.
Yeah, honestly. It, like, frankly, like, there was, like, a year or two where there was a little mixture of going on where some of them were still kind of holding on to, like, yeah, he would have been a Republican, he's on our side, actually. But now at this point, they're like, yeah, no, fuck him. Now it's just making a joke at an art piece that's literally embrace. Embrace the embrace. You have to embrace the embrace in order to truly embrace the world that it is, you know, especially for what truly can be embraced. Embraceception.
MLK Day, we're treated to a bevy of think pieces on how the only way to achieve MLK's dream is to embrace redistributionism and racial discrimination. This is the...
What? Or wait, embrace racial discrimination? Ben Shapiro, you fucking moron. What the fuck? Oh my god, that just... What? Like, the whole distribution thing, like, yeah, redistribute... Yeah, like, duh, because he was socialist, but, like, the racial discrimination... What, you mean destroy that and end it and... You know, eradicate that as an idea that's normalized? Like, what?
Conservative way of saying reparations. MLK may have made such arguments in 1968, but that simply isn't the dream or the pathway we celebrate him for. So he's literally saying he would have been an enemy of MLK's political beliefs then and is still today. It's that simple. I've always said that the support for MLK from conservatives has been a virtue.
I want an MLK statue. Fucking want one because, you know, you slept around. I want the most conservative country, and I want another Malcolm X of the severed head of a Grand Wizard right next to each other. Right next to each other. Well, that would be some edgy art. And you know what? Like, send that into Zinc, Alabama, or wherever the fuck that is. Like, we're like the most racist town in America or some shit. Or is it Zinc, Arkansas? It's one of those towns. Just send it over there. And just, like, you know... And every time they, you know, tear it down, just build it back up. Just have, like, a bunch of them on standby. And every time they do it, they get bigger and bigger each time. So, like, the first time, it's about, like, you know, life size. They're about, like, you know, 6 feet high. But the next time they come back, they're 7 feet. And then, you know, the next time they're destroyed, they're 8 feet. The next time they're destroyed, they're 9 feet. The next time they're destroyed, they're 10 feet. And you're thinking we're just going to keep going up a foot? Nah, the next time destroyed that is going up 15 feet. It's like we're going to start going up in, like, you know, 5-foot increments after that. Eventually they're going to be size of, like, gigantic buildings. And I can like to see them destroy that shit.
That it's been completely disingenuous, but I feel like they're getting more honest about it. Yeah, Charlie, MLK was a mixed bag, Kirk.
Martin Luther King Jr.'s association economically with sort of the communist left, which of course is not why there's a Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Look, I just want to look at the statue, okay? Just tell me about the statue.
Luther King Jr. has no head. Coretta Scott King has no head. You just see arms that are kind of hugging each other, but you can't tell that they're arms from most of the angles. Here is what it looks like. When this was revealed, by the way, just the kind of gasp by the crowd, like, what in the world? So instead you have this giant, hideous monument in the center of Boston now. So that's exciting. Here's what it looked like.
The Embrace unveiled on Boston Common today, the statue honoring the life and legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. and...
I want a sculpture the size of the coin tower.
Seriously, if nobody knew that this is what the statue was, they could have just, like, unveiled it, and people would have been like, dude, what is it? Like, no, you had... Hey, guys, just to let you know beforehand, this is an MLK statue, okay? This is them openly denouncing MLK. Oh, yeah, there we go. Pedro L. Gonzalez, what is your affiliation? Humble Magazine, I don't know, probably some, like, Catholic convert. MLK cheated his wife with 40 women? 40 women! I don't know enough to disprove that. I'm gonna guess that's probably not true. Either way, don't care.
But one part of MLK keeps getting bigger.
May have fathered a child with mistress, was funded by communists, laughed as his friend raped a girl with the same king year, won the Nobel Peace Prize, inaugurated diversity, equity, inclusion, happy MLK Day. I'm gonna guess a conservative is being dishonest here. Don't really know, don't really care. Obviously, the actual point being...
Likelihood being very dishonest. I mean, I know there was about him being like an adulterer and stuff like that, but I mean, whatever.
We support racism. We dislike MLK.
It's just like, oh, we hate MLK now because he slept around with women once before. It's like, what, and you don't? It's like, what, you conservative little hunky-dory, little modest civil gentlemen haven't? It's like, yeah, sure.
We'll go after him forever, whatever.
So long as blocking traffic.
Isn't this guy a Nazi? From Pedro L. Gonzalez? Well, he's Hispanic, so yes, I'd say pretty much a guarantee that this guy's a Nazi. For some reason. Oh, this is the Nazi guy that she was friends with that started the Balenciaga drama? Oh, okay. Well, didn't start it, but yeah. Also, this is a cowboy.
Wow.
I think. Check his location. Hyperborea, Ohio. I don't know what that is. Is the joke Ohio or Hyperborea? Hyperborea, the land of sunshine and plenty beyond the northern wind, from Greek mythology, home to the Hyperboreans, a race of giant. Okay, this is some...
Okay, yeah, he's literally some weird fucking, like, Aryan Nazi mysticist. Like, he's, like, literally one of the, like this guy, oh my god. Wow, I didn't think, you know, you would find one out in the wild, but this Pedro Gonzalez guy is literally a Nazi mysticist. Like, he believes in Nazi mysticism. Like, because the whole Hyperborea thing and, like, the land of giant, like the whole supposed bullshit that they believe is that the Aryan race, you know, is descended from, like, from the race of giants and shit. So this is very well aligned of Nazi mysticism. Like, in far north of Greek, yeah, Vosh was just explaining that. And when he mentioned the giant part, I went, far in the north, giants, you know, the land of... Yeah. They honestly, it falls very well in line of the whole, like, Aryan, mysticistic, fucking Nazi shit. Like Babylon Bible. I think so.
Pseudo-Aryan Nazi...
Not exactly. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not 100% about, like, how or what Hyperborea is in sense, but I kind of know a bit about Babylon because of, you know, my Christian upbringing. Not that much, though.
Anyway, let's not get distracted. Nazi dog whistle? Okay.
His wife,
Can you pause that for a second? What the F is that?
True.
What in the world is that?
True.
So from one angle, you can actually see that it is arms, but from the first angle, it does not look like arms. From the first...
Yeah, esoteric Nazism. They include beliefs in finding a mythical Hyperborea. Yeah. Yep. Fascinating.
Angle, it looks like Bizarro.
Babylon actually existed. Yeah, the Babylonian Empire.
Garbage. What is happening right now? So, obviously...
Oh, God, what is happening? Look at him! Oh, I froze him on the perfect frame, dude. He looks so mortified. Oh, my God, look at him! He looks literally, like, petrified. Like, oh, my God. Like, holy shit, dude. He just looks so mortified at looking at that thing. You are that, like, fucking freaked out over that shit, dude. Like, wow, what a triggered bitch, man. You're such a triggered bitch. You know what my response was? Was like, Oh, okay. Like, that was my response. Like, you're just like, oh God, what is that? Oh, what is this crap? Oh. Man, you just look like you just saw some shit, bro. Like, you just, like, saw, like, the great divine to have stronger fear trigger.
Modern artists decided that they were going to, have a message, and the message was...
It literally always is Hispanic.
Trigger libs, embrace statue. Oh God, the horror!
So it's kind of wild, you know? It's actually insane. Literally every time you see somebody Nazi posting on Twitter and they have like more than 10K followers, every single time they're called like, you know, Rodriguez, you know, Domingo or some shit.
Domingo? What the
You're
fuck?
gonna go inside of it, you're gonna walk around, you're gonna look up to the sky.
Hispanics are heavily Catholic, which might explain it. Well, it has to do with Spanish colonization. Whiter people in Latin America.
And also, I'd probably assume maybe like Franco too, a little bit, considering the help of the Nazis, you know, backing him in the war.
Are like the descendants of the rapists and slavers who came there. So like there's it's like they have a higher social impetus to distinguish themselves from the more brown indigenous descended people.
I mean, they're afraid of literally everything. Why else would they have something? I mean, no, for real. Rodrigo Domingo is my honorary MS-13 codename. Honorary MS-13.
Of course, what they don't seem to understand is that to actual white people north of the border, they all have Hispanic names. You know, your average American white supremacist is not going to hear a guy called Rodriguez and go, okay, well, because he's the descendant of the Spaniards, that means that actually this is our Aryan brother, you know?
How about statues that look like things, guys? How about that? Is it too much to ask? Like,
this looks kind of like a butt to me. I don't know.
So wow, Vosh. It's like, why can't we have things that look... Why can't we have statues that look like things? And Vosh is like, I don't know, it looks like a butt. I don't know, it kind of looks like a butt. I mean, well, hey, Ben, guess what? It does look like a thing. Statues that look like things, what the fuck? It looks like a thing. It does look like a thing. Like, yes, statues should look like things, and it does indeed look like a thing. It's so... I'm like, what the fuck? These fucking people, bro. Oh my god.
This looks suggestive.
I'm fine with a statue of Martin Luther King. It's a beautiful one over in Washington, D.C. I'm wondering why they decided to go for the headless statue of Martin Luther King as opposed...
Oh, yeah, I saw this when I went over to, This is outside the National Mall, right? This one's super cool because he's judging you for being racist. I like that.
I want to see it.
See? He's, like, coming out of the wall. Like, you're...
Dude, based. Yeah, dude, that look, he's just, like... Just staring down at you, just making you, like, contemplate on the judgment of woe. And it's just like, contemplate on the tree of woe of your racism, sir.
Down in DC, and in your head you think of like a joke that's a little racist, but it's pretty funny, and he just emerges from the stonework.
He just emerges, just like... just like pops out, just out of nowhere, like... Just like... I felt that. No. Just like, you know, just like it's returns into the store. Oh my god, that would be awesome. Dude, they should actually make like a statue that it like is kind of like the stonework where, or, you know, where it's just like, you know, it kind of looks like some stone, but, you know, it's just like, you know, like some mimicry stone or something like that, where, you know, every now and then when you walk up to it, it will like literally, you know, kind of pop forward and look like there's a statue that's kind of forming out of it, and just, you know, just have it be just Martin Luther King just judging you. Have it be like voice activated or something, so it's like depending on what you're saying or something like that, it'll just like... Yeah, Stone Martin Luther King disapproves of the shenanigans, bro. Yeah, when it comes out, it emerges. This is how it looks.
Like that.
And then there's like red eyes that emerge, like bzzz, they're about ready to like charge up and eviscerate you.
I mean, yeah, except he only ever comes
out like, no.
Leaves. Opposed to, you know, the one that had a head. And what happened here? Go back to the first angle for a second when they first unveil this thing, because. Yeah, what is that?
Doesn't it look suggestive to you guys? I don't know.
I mean, I will admit, my first thought, because I remember seeing a picture where it was kind of more like facing like that hands, not like on the side angle, and I will admit, like, it looked like it was holding up somewhat of a foul object. I mean, it's just like depending on the angle, it just looks a little odd, but it's, again, it's like a big statue, and it's obviously kind of more of a wide one too, so it's one that you kind of walk around and look at. Like, it's not one that you just look at on one single angle. So,
And I see, like,
which honestly, a lot of statues can be like that. Like, not all statues are just front-facing statues. Like, there's statues that have like a lot of front detail, a lot of back detail, and side detail, and under detail and shit. Supposed to be observed from up close and at low angle. Yeah, which obviously from a distance is a little odd. Which is why I'm like, at least initially with everything, I was just like, huh? You know, because, yeah, I mean, with statues, I mean, depending on this type of statue, I mean, you might have to be at a certain angle or at a certain perspective to really, truly kind of get what it's supposed to look like. Which, yeah, which is why I was saying earlier, it's like, for me to, you know, really kind of get a grasp of what it looks like and stuff, I have to basically just be there, essentially.
Kind of, like, fleshy, like, it looks kind of suggestive. I don't know. It looks, yeah.
This right here. It
looks like someone eating pussy. Oh, dude, it does. Yeah, like the hands are wrapping around to like the back of.
Oh shit! Oh, dude, from this angle, it totally does. What the fuck? Oh my god, dude! Whoever in the chat, in Vonch's chat, pointed that out, fuck that guy, because oh my god, it actually does. Like, from this angle, it straight does. Oh my god, dude! Oh, now I can't unsee it! Oh no! Well, hey, that in itself is an embrace. It is an interpretation you can get out of it, right? Oh my god. Dude, whoever, like, pointed that out in Bosch's chat is a bastard indeed, dude.
And the head goes in. Dude, wait, literally, like, the missing right here. Otherwise, yeah, oh.
Wow. That's why they called him King. No, that's why they called him King.
Interpretations, okay? Dude, if you leave your statue up to interpretation, people are going to interpret a lot of shit, okay?
I mean, honestly, if, you know, when it comes to abstract art, I mean, you were saying earlier, I mean, it is subject to a lot of interpretations. So it's like, you know, every now and then you might get a certain interpretation.
Bizarre statue. Super weird. By the way, it is worth noting.
You know what, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm starting to like this statue more and more. You know, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, this statue is actually kind of cool. Like, the more I'm starting to, like, really, like, look at this and enjoy it and stuff. Maybe not from just this angle, but just kind of this general amusement, you know, from, like, Ben freaking the fuck out over it and just everything. Like, I'm actually starting to like it now. I went from, like, huh? And confused initially to just neutral, and to now actually thinking it's actually legitimately pretty awesome.
It'll be about 20 years until the statue comes down. And the reason
like, see up close? Yeah, honestly, now I at least have one reason to go to Boston. Well, I actually have a few reasons why I like to go there, but at least I have another one.
Is because it will turn out that they will do more review into Martin Luther King's personal life, which was really, really dicey.
Oh my god, of course, one of the things he was thinking about MLK was his private life being really dicey. Oh my lord, bro. Wow, Ben. It's also a great way to be subversive. That too. That's why, you know, in a lot of ways I could like abstract art. I don't, you know, like, I can understand maybe, like, you know, looking at, you know, some of it and being like, what the hell, what, and being kind of confused with it or whatever. I mean, honestly, I could be like that too sometimes, but, I mean, there's a lot of abstract art that I've seen before that I think is really fucking cool too. So, I mean, it does exist out there. So, yeah, I mean, because abstract art is, well, it's abstract. Like, I mean, there's a lot that, you know, could be interpreted with, you know, something like that as, like, a form of art. I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can make something like that. It's all secret meanings that are immediately obvious to normies. Yep.
Past literal, like, 60 years. Where they, in their head...
How many skeletons do you think Ben has in his closet? His closet is nothing but skeletons. He has to have a separate closet for his clothes. He has a walk-in closet full of skeletons, then he has, like, a little small closet, you know, next to that where his actual clothes are at.
Right now. He's just thinking, like, N-word, 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 N-word. But because they can't come out and openly say, we hate MLK because he believed in racial equality, they have to go like, this guy sure had a dicey personal life, as though that hasn't been public knowledge for more than a half century, and as if it's relevant at all.
I mean, for real. I mean, if, like... It's like, I mean, and even then, a lot of that shit was predominantly, like, blackmailed and actually, like, in a way, staged against him, you know, fundamentally by the CIA and the FBI overall. So it's like, honestly, like, at least with every, you know, single accusation about that type of shit, I even, kind of, question at least to an extent. Like, obviously, there's a lot of it that is, proven, but, when it comes to, like, more egregious details of shit, I wonder how much, like, CIA tampering, basically, has been involved in that shit. Because they had a very strong interest in him and everything. And I think it is suspected that they probably might have an involvement with it, I think. But I don't think it's totally proven. Not to be confused with a closet full of moving skeletons, they dance when they hear xylophones.
Legacy of racial egalitarianism that people celebrate him for. People don't celebrate MLK because they're like, damn, this guy sure was a good husband. They celebrate him because he was a civil rights leader. Anyway, they've been doing this for ages. The idea that, like, the publicly available knowledge of MLK not being the greatest guy, like, interpersonally, is going to, like, cause some giant upset that causes them to take down the statue. Absolutely delusional. They might take down the statue because it sucks, by the way. Oh, yeah, these are the same guys, by the way, who say that we should keep statues of Confederate leaders up for preserving our history. Wait, having the statues up isn't about celebrating their character, it's about their history, And then
MLK statue, the embrace. Take this down, it looks like a bunch of crap. What is this? Ew. Take the statue down.
He comes up and they're like, this guy's character was pretty, yeah. No standards, they'll lie, they'll say anything, they're barely people, lizard people, etc., etc., conservatives are bad, blah, blah, let's go on.
In terms of the treatment of women.
So, it's a perfect summarization.
Asked about whether there should be statues to Martin Luther King Jr. I mean, that is the standard, is it not? Well, in any case, every Martin Luther King Jr. Day, there is an attempt to basically suggest that Americans must accept the entirety of Martin Luther King's agenda.
Okay, so yeah, now he's doing the...
Oh my god, now... the Martin Luther King's agenda... Like, what the... Like, you're saying that like it's a fucking bad thing, dude. Oh my god, is he just like being like, oh yeah, racial equality, like workers' rights, and... civil rights and desegregation, like, oh, this agenda is all just bad, because, his character and, and inclusion and, like, my god, you fucking little racist, little shitty little worm. You little worm ball.
Okay, so just to let you all know, like, I oppose MLK. Remember, MLK did not say, we need to pass the Civil Rights Act, then after that we're done, we're good. He talked about radical action to, including reparations, to bring about equality between black and white people, and conservatives have always been opposed to that, and thus they have always been opposed to his agenda. There has never been a point in time in American history since MLK's death that conservatives as a group have supported his agenda.
In order to achieve...
You probably never will.
Luther King Jr. wanted for America. Now, listen, just because we have a holiday celebrating the aspect of Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy that we all agree with does not mean that we agree with the entirety of his legacy. This happens.
No shit?
Literally every monument, literally every day of the year. There are many things about George Washington's policy agenda that you and I might not agree with.
Policy agenda.
Policy? Oh my god. Really? What? You fucking weird little wormball, bro. Like, what the? You weaselly little pseudo-intellectual, like, big wordy little fuck. Like, you're not sophisticated, Ben.
Things to cancel or dislike Washington over, the first thing I think of is his policy agenda, and not say, I don't know, Mount Vernon. Or
also, who the hell said that? It's all or nothing. If MLK was like, I had a dream of a world where all races were equal, also where it's legal to kick puppies. Well, I guess it's a package deal. That's not how it works, Ben. I mean, no shit.
Very full graveyard on its
I mean, also he was a Christian and had a lot of religious ideas, tied into his philosophy and a lot of his activism, which I don't necessarily agree with those elements about his broader agenda, but at the end of the day, I still liked what he was pushing because it is, good shit to probably, push for. I don't
know. Property.
He was, in fact, a slaveholder. However...
whoa! Sorry, pardon me for doubting Ben Shapiro here. My bad.
His life is worth celebrating because of the things that we do agree with and we think are great and glorious. The same...
Woke Ben Shapiro.
Woke Ben Shapiro. Acknowledging that George Washington has slaves, but however, we can agree that, we cherish him, because of other stuff. Not because of that. So how come you're pointing out that, you know, Martin Luther King's such a massive adulterer and his character is all, you know, in question and shit? You know, despite the fact that we have, you know, all these other leaders we supposedly venerate and shit, which, yeah, sure, it's true that, you know, a lot of the founding fathers tend to be heavily venerated, though they don't deserve it for shit because of not just their quote policy agenda, but because of their fucking character and who they fucking were. Because they were shitbags in a lot of ways. You know, so, in fact, in most ways, frankly. You know, like, you know, there's only, like, 2 right off the top of my head that I can think of, and maybe at most, like, 3 or 4 in totality of, you know, all of the founding fathers that are actually kind of based. And 2 of them were my boy Benji and T-Pain. Like, those 2 are the only ones that are actually, like, worth a shit. The rest of them are just, like, you know, and it's, like, the idea that, like, oh, you know, just because there's, like, some bad elements of their, you know, character and shit, you know, we could still venerate in their, like, policies or their actions in a sense. Like, yeah, that's not, like, inherently, like, disagreeable, but, like, it also depends on, like, you know, the actions of, like, you know, like, the questionable actions that were done. If it's just, like, oh, they slept around a little bit, you know, but yet are, like, some massive civil rights advocate, and, you know, and was fighting for egalitarianism, then whoop-de-fuck-do, honestly, as far as I'm concerned. If they're, like, if they, like, you know, fucking, you know, were basically just, like, some, you know, status quo enabler, just enriching themselves, and also just having a bunch of fucking slaves, but yet, you know, like, fought for an establishment of, like, a country and helped break away from a expansionistic empire and shit. It's just like, yeah, I'm not exactly gonna be too gung-ho about venerating that motherfucker. Yeah, comparing the bad shit they did in MLK. Not Milk, Christ. Adulterers, or, yeah. I mean, for real.
With regard to Martin Luther King Jr., but we have an entire commentariat that is dedicated to the proposition that if you celebrate Martin Luther King Jr. Day, then this must mean that you embrace everything Martin Luther King Jr. ever did or said. We'll get to that in just one moment. Alrighty, folks, well, today is...
So, again, keep in mind, the problem here isn't that...
No one ever says that, Ben.
Conservatives disagree with anything MLK ever did or does. I'm sure if I went over every policy prescription like MLK ever made, I'd probably find stuff that I thought was a bad idea too. The problem is they oppose all of it. They completely oppose the basic idea of racial equality. They may nitpick on specific elements of his agenda, but, you know, as a whole, like, they're opposed to anything which brings about that equality, meaning that, you know, it's not, you're not really, like, doing minor critiques. He's just like an enemy of your political agenda. Anyway, I'm not going over the whole, oh wait, hold on, this section of the YouTube video is called What MLK Really Meant Was Go Woke. That's true.
Go woke?
He did mean that. I wanted...
Oh my god. Dude, these fucking conservatives have to interject woke into literally everything, do they? Like... I gotta hear that part, honestly. Where's that happen? Does that happen at any point? Oh, he doesn't even get into it. Okay, well, you know what, whatever. I just want to hear Ben's shit on it, because my fucking Christ, dude. Like, oh, like, what Martin Luther King was actually trying to push was a woke agenda. It was the proto-woke. It was the beginnings and the basic foundation structure of the chaos of the woke that is being perpetrated in the Western society of America. It's like, oh my fucking god, dude, you... fucking detestable ass goddamn worm. The misgivings about MLK has something to do with a certain attribute, maybe the mustache, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I fucking, yeah, I do. Man, leave it to Ben to just, like, really rile up my goddamn gears and shit. Just shush yourself, random video that played unnecessarily. From Finey, I think. Just want to delve into that horrible little thing about Ort, which I'm sure I don't even know if I'll be able to get through the whole thing. We'll see how long it is. I just need to see where it is real quick now. I know. Wait, I can find it. There are yours. Anyways, are you timestamped? Yeah, there's some timestamps. There is some timestamps. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. It'll be a juicy one.
How do we know that classical art, as opposed to modern art, is so...
Modern art, an animal balloon, a balloon animal, versus this, yes, this established classical arts, yes. This balloon animal here is not art whatsoever. What are you, some sort of a child? Some sort of a primitive? There's veggies, and you may have something here. In the mayo. Oh, donuts, but some bacon on it? Yeah, honestly... Is that a joint? There's a joint just... Oh my god, of course. Honestly... Like, yeah, instead of mayo, have like a little maple syrup or something like that. And then, of course, the bacon. A lot of bacon. No tomatoes, definitely not. I mean, the lettuce can stay, I think. I mean, I think that would be alright. But, or cream cheese. Yeah, I can see cream cheese. Not the biggest fan myself, personally. But if there's like a, ooh, you know, there could be some flavored ones. That could just be the filling. Oh, like if it's like a filled donut? Oh, you might be right. That could just be a cream filling already in there. I like how it's fucked up looking food, but honestly, that don't look entirely fucked up. It's interesting, but it's not entirely fucked up.
We don't.
Yeah, we don't know that at all.
Okay, what?
Headed by a cartel member or something down there.
Yeah.
Keep safe.
How do we know that classical art, as opposed to modern art, is so good?
We don't. Like, okay, I saw what that was. Okay, yeah. Yeah. One, we don't, and two, there's never an inherent answer to that. Like, there's never going to be an inherent, like, yes, you know, or a maybe. Like, it's just a no, because fundamentally art is subjective. Next.
Don't.
Yeah, we don't know that at all.
The qualification of art as good is an entirely subjective experience. So we don't know that classical art is better than modern art. That is not something that you could ever objectively prove. So I guess you're done, right? Now that I've corrected you. Well, nothing else to say.
That wraps that one.
Yeah, very easy. Wow, such an easy PragerU video. Damn. Oh, if only.
Fucks me off about this, TJ, is I knew that this was going to be the fucking basis of this.
What fucks me off, dude? I love it. He wasn't even angry to say pissed. He was just like, what fucks me off about this? It's like, dude, I mean, man, dude, pretty much like any artist that actually, you know, like has like some sense of like self, like will just like looks at this PragerU video, even from the very get-go, and is already just like, just like, this is like a little bullshit. What's the guys against balloon animals? Fuck this dude, they're fun, and clowns been getting a bad rap for far too long. And yeah, and honestly, it's like, there's nothing wrong with them. I mean, it's like, honestly, there's been some pretty crazy-ass looking elaborate balloon animals and, like, balloon art that people have done before. So, I mean, honestly, there's nothing, like, inherently, like, you think the shit looks easy? This is what I mean. Yeah, no, for real, though. Look how elaborate that fucking thing is. I mean, it's like, it looks goofy and weird, but I don't give a fuck. Dude, that's cool. Because it's, like, I mean, yeah, that's elaborate as fuck. Kind of creepy, though, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it is kind of creepy. I honestly don't want to keep looking at that. But, you know, I mean, it's cool, though. Creepishly cool, but still. That's art, though. I mean, like, that's just as much as art as that classical piece of art. Is it, you know, better than the classical art or vice versa? No, because that can never be quantified.
Do it. When you
it's subjective, you know?
Art,
fuck.
I was going to be like, they're going to claim that certain types of art are inherently better than some other types of art, and they're going to make some long fucking winded argument about that, and that's exactly what this is going to be.
Yep. That fucking sigh! Oh man, that's how...
Because it was produced within the demanding standards and refined principles of aesthetics, the centuries-old branch of philosophy
aesthetics
that measures artistic quality.
Wow.
Wow. Just wow, dude. Due to demand and, like, the aesthetics of, like, the art and what qualifies as such has thus made it good. Like, what? I mean, oh my god. That's just another oh my god, I don't need to go into... Like, I mean, it's just like another subjective thing where it's, like, based off of the different, you know, elements of how, at least when it came to Western Renaissance art of the time with a lot of this classical art and shit, you know, that's how a lot of, like, their main standard of, you know, art was done and stuff. It wasn't, like, you know, some sort of, you know, objective, you know, form. It was just how a lot of artists, you know, were taught. But at the same time, you know, it's like there's been plenty of other forms of, like, artistic styles and shit, you know, that have, you know, that were in its same time, too. And also, like, that whole, like, medieval style of artwork and shit was, you know, mixed in with a lot of this whole classical art as well. So, I mean, you know, like, it's more narrow than a crack in a bathroom stall. I mean, it's for fucking real, bro. Like, the idea that, like, oh, there's, like, a defined sense of, like, actual, like, good qualitative, you know, structure of what art actually is, you know, thus makes it good. It's like, what the fuck was all, you know, was art before this? Did it just not exist? Was it just never a thing?
Oh, it just reminds me of, have you ever seen that movie, what the fuck is it called? Dead Poets Society?
Yep.
Yeah. You remember when Dr. Keating, played by, what's his name? Fucking, Robin Williams, first comes to the school. He has the boys read this passage in their poetry book by Dr. J. Evans Pritchard. And J. Evans Pritchard is like, there's a very easy way to determine the qualitative greatness of a poem. You must first graph its importance with its prose and blah, 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 blah. And then he has them rip it out of the fucking book, because that's bullshit.
Because it is bullshit.
You know what I mean? Like, that's his first act as a teacher, is to have them read that and then rip it out of their poetry books, because it's utter fucking bullshit. There is no system by which you judge how important or meaningful a piece of art is, because it's, once again, an entirely subjective experience.
The classic philosophy of aesthetics pulls you.
Yeah, didn't that come from the same tradition that said that the human body had humors in it and that you needed to drink piss if your bile was too high or whatever?
What a ghastly individual.
Oh god.
The classical...
and here, and have some leeches, you know, to realign those humors, good sir. Yes. And have this, you know, cow dung and garlic elbow remedy to kill yourself with. Here, have this tea. It's like, oh no.
Questions about piss and bodily functions and so on.
Well, that's because I believe that Piss Christ is a great work of art.
It
almost
is.
5 years of DFF. No, not almost. We had our 5-year anniversary a while ago.
Our 5-year anniversary was actually...
But you guys might notice we're no longer doing a show called Deep Fat Fried at this point. Now, I think of our troupe as Deep Fat Fried. So
It's still Deep Fat Fried. Fuck you, TJ.
That doesn't really bug me too much. But our show is Onion Nuggets at this point.
True.
Which is a part of the broader Deep Fat Fried show.
True that.
Painting, drawing, and sculpture employ a number of characteristics, such as composition, form, color, line, texture, and movement to create beauty. To the experienced eye, and even to the casual...
Ah, yes, to the experience.
To the experience side, all three of these forms of art will look like nothing but majestic beauty and art. It's like, oh my fucking god, bro. Like, honestly, like, frankly, out of all these, like, the center one and the one with that horse over there look kind of cool, but that one there on the right looks just meh. Looks boring. I mean, it just looks like a house maiden that just looks like she's sad and has just been, like, you know, subjugated, you know, and shit. I just feel sad. You know, so it's like, oh, yes, but look at this majestic beauty and refinement. It's just like, I mean, like, and honestly, at the end of the day, it's like I can appreciate all three of these pieces of work as much as, like, any other fucking form of art. Like, I mean, there's no inherent, you know, like, descriptor of what, like, you know, makes these things better than other forms of art.
You like this thing better than other things because you were told by form and line and color and beauty and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, this whole idea is classical impressionism is the only art form that is worth a shit. It has to be something that is trying to recreate a very realistic to the eyeball portrayal of the human form, typically. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? This is just like snobbish bullshit. I love this type of art, man. I think it's beautiful.
Sure. Dude, I frequent art museums. It's one of my favorite things to do is like an extracurricular fucking activity. I love to go to a fucking nice art exhibit, and I love to look at old shit, and I love to look at new shit. And you know what? Sometimes I look at the new shit and I'm like, that's stupid. I don't really care for that. But a lot of times I look at this shit and think the same fucking thing. Like, of these three pieces that are up right now, I have different feelings about the three of them.
Yeah. Like, honestly, I at least, you know, describe, you know, the one on the right. The center one, it's like, got a lady who's, like, you know, got a newborn, I guess, and got a bunch of angels watching over her, so I guess something about, like, motherhood or whatever the fuck. You know, and then you got, like, this dude, you know, reining in a horse and, you know, breaking a stallion or some shit like that or whatever the fuck. So that looks pretty cool. I mean, so it's like all three of these have different, you know, like, vibes going on overall. But that's just because they're... And also, like, isn't that, like, ancient fucking statue work and shit? And these are, like, more, like, Renaissance era stuff. So, like, these are different eras. Like, you know, one piece of classical art is, you know, from a different era than the others.
They're all worthy of analysis.
Like, one is, like, Roman classic, and the other's, like, you know, like, medieval Renaissance classic. Like, what the... what?
Have a great hand at art.
Sure.
But I would have this, you know, I would have a similar or the same appreciation for a Jean-Michel Basquiat, you know, exhibit, which is a very modern form of art that doesn't have, it does, you know, it doesn't necessarily rely on the same set of skills that this art does, but still draws from that art nonetheless. So it's just stodgy and inherently Republican type of idea that this is, you know, something that is entirely based on a person's subjective opinion can be qualified. You know what I mean? Like, no, sorry.
I mean, it's basically just, you know, the general idea about, like, what conservatives, you know, try to push in a lot of ways. It's like, how do I make my subjective ideas about the world pretty much just, like, the standard fundamental norm about how, like, the world works? And just, like, make everyone, you know, forcibly, you know, fall in line with that.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not Impressionism.
Sorry, I mean, I'm not an art expert or whatever.
Right, none of us can be an art historian. I looked it up. Impressionism is, like, a little bit more abstract than this. It's more like when they fucking use, like, dots or brush strokes, like little thin brush strokes to fucking create the image.
Oh, I've done that type of art before, actually. Funny enough, actually, that is a form of art that, like, sometimes biologists will use when it comes to, like, you know, drawing something that they'll see, you know, in the field or whatever. Like, it's actually, you know, a form of, you know, art when it comes to, like, different, you know, like, you know, making illustrations like that. And I've actually done that before. Well, for a biology class, actually, funny enough. And, essentially, you know, you use, like, dots and, like, specific types of little, like, lines and strokes to essentially kind of create the texture of like what you're trying to make. Like, let's say, like a feather would have like certain little lines and dots, for the pattern of everything and shit. It was kind of a cool way of doing illustrations and shit. Because it's not in the more traditional sense of like creating like an outline and then kind of filling it in when it comes to like creating like a structure of like building a character in, like having like the like have a little template to start slowly but surely like building up the details to what you're actually drawing in.
It's something this guy would hate
Well,
already.
I mean, now that you corrected me, what would you call the two paintings to the right? What style would that be in? I'm just curious.
Have no fucking idea.
Well, I'm hoping that the person that corrected me can let me know.
Kirsten,
I'll do this.
Tell us what the fuck this is actually called.
Because I'm happy to be corrected about it.
Because
I'd like to know in the future how to refer to this style of painting.
Yeah,
I'm gonna see if anyone said it.
Yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to portray myself. I'm a consumer of art, and that's where my expertise ends.
Like, to me, okay, I like all these things, and I recognize that, like, wow, human beings used a lot of skills to get to the point of being able to create them.
Monet.
But, like, I love a fucking
So it looks like it's Monet.
Dr. Seuss drawing, or, like, Jonan Vasquez drawing Johnny the Homicidal Maniac fucking vivisecting somebody, or just like a dumb comic book, or
Georgia O'Keeffe drawing a pussy flower,
Yeah, drawing and it's a pussy. It's not a pussy.
I mean, I'm like,
It definitely ain't a pussy. It's a flower. Come on, guys. It's like, yeah, we know what you made.
All right, I've seen too many of these. That's a pussy.
Yeah.
Gotta love it, man.
That's why I love art, and honestly, there's been like some really interesting, crazy things that have been made, with art and stuff. Like, I remember, funny enough, one of like Metallica's albums is actually literally just an album cover of like some dude who makes art literally out of like blood and piss and stuff like that, and one of their album covers was that essentially. It's just a mixture of these different things blending together, and just like a really weird, like a slightly edited photo of it, just in this like jar or like in this like tank or something. Really odd, obviously, and it really interesting, but I guess in a way it kind of makes for different cool little like blends, I guess. But it's like, man, you probably could have used different the fluids and but whatever. It's what he used. Speaking of Seuss, videos no longer available. Damn. Rip. Rip.
Seems to know what it is. They know what it isn't. No one knows what it is, so that's
Work of
fine.
art worthy of being called art. Composition.
They're just words anyway.
See,
Doesn't
this is what
fucking
I'm
matter.
talking about, man. And I gotta come to you for you to tell me what is art. Go and fuck yourself. Art doesn't fit your narrow definitions. That's why I love it. That's
Exactly.
why I love it, because things like you like can exist, and things like I like can exist, and it's all art. It all evokes a response. It's all connected to a primal instinct in human beings. It's been proved. We've found evidence that our early ancestors were profound artists, that they went to profound lengths in a medium like that didn't even exist. They invented the very idea of painting.
Yep, with with cave paintings and shit. And also, there's a lot of different things when it comes to like making sculptures or like little necklaces, beads, and different things like that, or creating little patterns in the ground and shit. Like, there was all sorts of different forms, where humans were trying to like create all sorts of different forms of art, whether just for fun or for ritualistic reasons or for any reason, really. I mean, like, humans have always gone to great lengths to create fucking art. I mean, and it's like, and it could be made into all sorts of different ways and be done in different means. It doesn't have to, inherently, be made into a very specific style of structure of, creating art.
And it's something that's innate to human beings. And would you, like, if somebody just presented a cave painting to you right now out of context,
you might look at it and go like, oh, look how childish and shitty this is. Fucking garbage modern art. That's not true fucking art, man. This is some modern art bullshit. And the reality is that type of art was the standard, like this type of art was the standard for a long time. It's just this conservative fucking desire to go back to them olden golden days when women were fucking forced to walk around in weird buttresses and corsets. And we're basically just baby factories with no political agency. And the same could be said for minorities. Thug think things better in past.
But no cave painting, no. We know do cave painting.
For instance, is the positioning of objects elegant and controlled in the hands of a master, or awkward and haphazard in the hands of the inept?
Oh my god. Wow. So, anyone who happens to be inept and the inferior-minded, can't, have, the cohesive structure of art. It's only the, sophisticated-minded and the ones who have, a sense of mathematics and blah, 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 and positioning. It's like, both of these pieces of art, are just fine for what they are. Like, that one there on the left looks fine, and the one on the right looks fine. In fact, honestly, on the right looks a lot more cooler in my mind. Like, if anything, here, let me go back a little bit. Just to get their stupid fucking lines out.
Elegant and controlled in the hands of a master, or awkward and...
It doesn't even look that bad. It's like, it looks fine. Like, it just looks obviously a lot more abstract in nature, which... So what? And honestly, I mean, I could still see a sense of, like, lines and shit anyway. At least when it comes to the whole, like, cool positioning thing. It's just, done slightly differently.
Hazard in the hands of the inept.
Oh, wow, yes. Yes, I see now.
And also, couldn't there, and also, there can be multiple points, that can not exactly be, like, totally aligned with others. Like, art doesn't have to be, like, cohesively, like, 100% structured that way.
What you mean? Oh, sir. yes. That work of art on the right is awkward and inept.
Because whoever made that obviously is of a lesser mind and of a primitive nature, and cannot cohesively grasp the mastery of that is true art. Yes. Such a fucking, there's such a goddamn superiority complex and shit. I really hate that about, like, art, like, some elements about art and shit, at least the conservative elements about it, where it's like, oh, yes, there's, like, an innate, like, standard of what is actual good art, and I objectively understand that refined nature and culture, and anything lesser than that is inferior and inept. It's just like, ugh. It just grinds me up the fucking gears and shit, because it just is trying to establish a whole sense of normalization and standardization of, like, an objective, like, standard of what art actually is when there isn't. It really couldn't be.
Look at how this one...
Like, the closest you can get is the fact that we recognize what art is and make it. Like, that's, like, basically the closest you can get to objectively what art is. It's something that, humanity, and not just humanity, but even, like, a couple other, some other animals, too, to an extent, recognize what art is, at least to some level, and create it. So... that's about as far as you can get with it. Like, I mean, that much is objective. Beyond that, it's just the world of subjectivity, because what you make of art is up to who makes that.
It's a pretty little pyramid, but this one's all haphazard and shit. Like, oh my god, what? Like, clearly, this configuration of lines is inherently superior to this configuration of lines. Clearly.
Did anybody ever say what that fucking painting style is? I'm not trying to be a dick about it. I actually genuinely want to know so that I can know how to talk about it.
People threw out like 800 things, and I don't know. I just don't know. They were just saying like realism, Baroque realism. I don't know.
I think they'd be Baroque or Monet.
Color can be exquisitely balanced and harmonious, or garishly random and unsavory.
Colors can be balanced or unsavory. It's like there's unsavory colors in the world, bruh. Like, what the hell? Like, there can be colors out there that clash within the environment. like, what if you're taking, you know, like, what if you're drawing or painting a fucking, like, one of those, like, Amazonian desert toads or whatever the hell? Like, obviously, you know, there's going to be a lot of deep greens and some browns and stuff like that because you're in a jungle, but you're going to have a lot of colors that clash with that, like some bright yellows, bright reds, and blues and stuff like that, too. Like, those are not necessarily going to complement each other. Like, so oh my god. Like, even for me as, like, a furry that delves into a lot of, you know, furry art and shit, like, there's a lot of people that, like, will have, like, their personas or their furry characters and shit basically be, like, naturally fur-colored, but they'll be, like, these neon colors that will kind of, like, you know, outline, you know, their patterns and shit like that. I mean, you know, or basically be all, like, these crazy neon colors that clash with each other and shit. Like, some people just go out, you know, go out of the way to do things like that. But that is, guess what? Art! Shocker!
Unsavory?
Unsavory!
The only kind of objective thing I get about art is that you have to be able to explain your interpretation in some way. I mean, sure. I mean, I guess that's another part of it.
The color pops way more on the one that has a big red X over it, don't you think?
It does.
It's not even that. It's like, he said it's random. Look, what is random about the color scheme of the piece of art on the right?
There isn't anything random about it.
Is it not pulled from the same type of tones that the one on the left is? It's
just, I mean, it basically just, like, the colors clash a little more, I guess, in comparison to the other one on the left where the colors are, quote, more balanced with each other.
Like, they literally have what I would consider to be very close to the same color as their main
And you
drawing.
know what? Basically, the objection here, what it really boils down to, it's not, like, this guy's trying to make it about the color, but really it's just about the subject matter.
It's deviancy. It's this idea of one of them is pure and holy and respectful of the human form, and the other perverts the human form.
Right. And that's basically all it boils down to. He has nothing to do. This guy does not give a flying rat's ass about the fucking use of color in either of these fucking works.
No.
Movement can be uplifting and dynamic, or static and perverse.
Yeah, I don't...
Static or perverse? So what? There could be plenty of artwork that is, quote, static or perverse. What? It's like porn not a thing? Like, what?
But
I mean, fuck. I mean, there could be plenty of goddamn pieces of art that aren't even inherently pornographic, but can be fucking perverse.
What movement? If they were going to imply movement in this, you would like it even less.
I mean, no shit.
I do agree. I think I would like this piece of art a little better if there was a giant asshole that it went into once every hour. But, you know, barring that, whatever. It is what it is, man. It's a butt plug.
Like, okay, so, like, you can't... I mean, this is such a disingenuous... This is like comparing, like... Man, look, movement used to be dynamic. You're not even comparing it to something that's supposed to imply movement. It'd be like comparing, like, isn't the movement in this statue way better than the movement in this still life of some fruit on a table? It's like, yeah, because that's not implying any movement. This butt plug is just a butt plug. It's a giant butt plug. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Once again, the one on the left...
This is not even an honest one-to-one comparison, but once again, yeah, you're right.
Of course, especially when it comes to conservatism, there can never be any actual honesty with their fucking arguments.
Right, go ahead and say it.
The one on the left is a clean composition showing the human body and celebrating it, but not in a flashy or gauche way. And the one on the right is deviant and dirty and disgusting because it implies a sexual act. Never mind the fact that a lot of people have noted the sexual attractiveness of these fucking marble statues and shit. Some of them are worshipped as the human ideal.
When I went...
And also, many of them are also naked, and many talk about the sexuality of, you know, those statues being like, yes, well, you know, their small, you know, flaccid penises, you know, show the true strength of their intelligence and, you know, the superiority, yes. the Roman man and blah, 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 and all sort of shit. Like, I mean, there's, you know, and there's a sense of, like, you know, sexual perversion with that too, because the idea is that, like, oh yes, I mean, you know, this is the idea of, like, you know, what is sexually attractive and shit, and is what should be, you know, kind of, you know, given towards, or, like, you know, be something to achieve and shit, you know, in comparison to, like, you know, another standard of, like, what men probably would have looked like at the time.
Looked at some of them. I mean, like, when I was in Europe and I went to some of these museums,
like back in the day, like at least in Roman Greek Hellenic times and stuff, they literally thought that, like, small dicks meant you were more intelligent and not as barbaric, and a bigger dick meant you were more primal and barbaric and prone to aggression and shit. So I guess that means I'm just like some sort of a barbaric fucking, like, berserker heathen, I guess. So I'm fine with that, I suppose.
These, like, statues and stuff. Like, I was fucking gawking at the asses on these things. I was like, damn.
I've never seen Michelangelo's David in person, but they have a faithful one-to-one reproduction of it in the Venetian in Vegas, and I've seen that, and goddamn, son, I wish this motherfucker
for real
just
though
be goddamn honest and come out here and say, like, I like art that glorifies the human form and I don't like art that disparages it. It's like, okay, fine.
Well, see, but that's that.
But then it's just
like,
your personal preference, and you can't make all this, like, there's an objective standard where
Yep.
what I like is better.
See, that
because fundamentally he has to imply that, you know, type of form and his subjective opinion about what art, you know, should be onto everyone else, and try to enforce that type of standard. So, you know, basically anything else can be seen as just like prudish or not true art or inferior and inept, and can be seen as just like a rule off, and if anything, scapegoated as, you know, just something that's like of degenerate, you know, form and stuff, instead of like something that's considered, you know, like just art. Like, you know, because basically that means that, like, you know, and this also kind of applies to a lot of, like, you know, the racial lines about, like, you know, art and culture, because there's a lot of people that, you know, that would essentially be, you know, like, oh, well, this modern Western art is very nice and elaborate and very, you know, beautiful and this and that, blah, 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 but then they'll look at, like, some modern, like, traditional, like, African art that someone made, you know, or some shit, and be like, look at this, like, primal, weird, gross looking dumb shit, look how silly this is, this can't even be considered art. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, it basically, because of this whole idea about, like, what objectively is actual human art and stuff, it pretty much, you know, dehumanizes and fucking objectifies, you know, all sorts of, like, different styles of art, just because it is, at least in their mind, deemed inferior because it's not to the true objective form in their eyes.
Missing the whole fucking point, dude. Like, he's looking at this thing he's looking at this butt plug thing, which I don't even know if that was put up as a piece of art. Maybe it was just put up for a fetish festival or something. It's just an
a bunch of people said it was.
They have.
A bunch of people said it was actually.
I can't even say the P word. No, not that one. What if your size is average? Then I'd probably be like, it'd just be average, I guess.
So
yeah, well, whatever.
I want to be that intelligent. I want to be that barbaric. I would just be in the middle. I'm partially intelligent, partially barbaric. You know, just a neutral. You know, in that one, I guess. I don't know.
That's like butt plug to me, though.
His problem would be that it implies some kind of sexual object. Yeah. But the thing is, the thing on the left is the ultimate sexual object. It's a human being in a state of almost undress, showing off its form. Like, that's
probably has a butt plug up its ass right now. You know,
that's the primary driver of sexual
Roman era butt plug.
But they don't want to admit that.
Ignar Husky gave $10. Says, I'm a multi-artist. I write, draw, make music with different instruments. PragerU and whatever trash bag Prude is speaking can't create art and needs a sense of order and hierarchy. It's inherently anti-art.
It is.
Well, that's one of the things that, like,
I mean, because honestly, what I'm a lot of what I'm talking about now is, you know, in root of this idea of what is, you know, like an order and hierarchy of what art ought to be. It's basically establishing an objective standard of what things ought to be, like, because in a sense there could be someone who's like, you know, like getting into art and stuff that could probably try to create, you know, some like Monet style like artwork, or maybe like try to like draw like this statue or something like that. And then, you know, this little prude fuck, you know, would be like, yes, I can see that you're in the works of becoming a master, but you still need some time, and blah, blah, blah. And basically just like try to rope-a-dope them in, you know, into like an art form, essentially, you know, thinking that that is the objective norm of what things ought to be. And in a way, maybe that artist can't necessarily achieve that type of form, but could probably do, you know, some interesting things abstractly, or maybe do some more impressionist type of stuff that isn't as surreal. Like maybe adding a little mixture of cartooniness, you know, with things like that. And like, and then in a sense, you know, basically will just like demotivate and oppress a lot of the artist's actual like expression and shit, because they can't truly like, you know, get the form of like what they want out, because they can't really like master a specific type of thing, because their, you know, mind doesn't necessarily work in a way when it comes to that type of art. Because everyone can create art in different ways, you know, because I definitely couldn't do like this surrealistic like Monet style shit, but I could definitely do like, you know, other, you know, forms of like illustration and stuff, you know, nonetheless.
You will not account for.
Still art.
Art is inherently subversive. Art is, more often than not, used as a real tool of the counterculture in order to make direct criticisms of the establishment. That's one of the things that makes art exciting, is that it doesn't conform to the rigid rules prescribed to it by people that came before, that it pushes new boundaries, that it creates new landscapes and new feelings and new subjects and new ideas.
It reminds me of a story I heard how much it is a kid with an art teacher basically like this guy, but he goes to a school of creativity, with a teacher lots more creativity. I don't remember how it is, but you get the picture. Yeah, and I'm assuming, you know, like the kid obviously, you know, couldn't quite, you know, get why he wasn't really good at art, because he wasn't really, you know, being like maximized of his potentials about it, because he's, you know, trying to, you know, achieve a objective like norm that doesn't exist. And then I think see it's the first teacher who realized that they were wrong or something.
About what we considered art. That's the most exciting thing about art, is that it can't be classified by some fucking dildo over at PragerU. If art was something that you at PragerU, some fucking sold out, soulless chipmunk over
well, he does look like a sell-out soulless chipmunk. IRL, the teacher would double down, let's be honest here. Of course they would.
If you could accurately describe it, I would hate it. It would be anathema to me. It would be something that I avoided like the fucking plague. You know what I avoid like the plague? Listening to stodgy, stuck-up, dick-nosed fucks like you. That's what I avoid.
Is PragerU video, Why is Modern Art So Bad? I chronicled how art began.
Robert Florczak, artist and illustrator.
Yeah,
right.
Noted artist.
Oh yeah, this guy is so noted. Oh yeah, this artist and illustrator. Oh yeah, I'm sure he has very profound artwork.
Nobody liked his shit.
Dude, he looks soulless. Like he like his eyes just scream of just like agony and just like I could never achieve greatness.
A fucking professor somewhere, and he's sold his soul out to PragerU to make a classical art is the only good art video. He knows, dude, if he's any kind of fucking artist, he knows in his soul. He knows in his fucking heart of hearts that what he's doing is just
bullshit.
Absolutely wrong. The corporatization of art. And you know what, dude? As many of these dudes that comes around, art cannot and will not be contained. That's the thing I love about it the most.
Yep.
The whole world could be populated by these fucking tortoises. And there would be one, and there would be one fucking hair amongst us that was making shit that made them all mutter to themselves and shake their heads in disbelief.
Be like, oh my god, they're all right.
Is that it can't be classified by stick in the mud pieces of shit like Robert Florczak.
Which luckily, you know, it's like, despite how many of them there may exist, and they could be like literally every single person almost, you know, in the world, but there's always going to at least be one or two, you know, they're going to be, you know, grinding against the fucking sand. But Because at the end of the day, that's what like art is about. Like, I mean, there's always going to be, somebody who's going to, try to break the waves of what is normal when it comes to, like, art and shit. Or else art wouldn't, be changing or fluctuating the way it does, over the course of humanity and shit. I mean, because if it was subject to, to the subjective norm, then how come, this whole, like, neoclassical art of stuff and shit is not, like, basically the big normal thing that everyone sees? It's like neoclassicism and, like, not a lot of modernized artwork and stuff that's in that classical, like, Monet style and shit exists, but it's definitely, like, not as major and prevalent outside of, like, these, stuck-up prudes and shit, basically, because it's not, like, that big of a popular thing. It's cool. I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff in it, but most people like other shit. Most people are into other forms of art that have, like, a little sense of, like, cartooniness, or, like, a little, or different ways of expressing realism and shit, or just different forms of, like, expressing reality and shit. Like, people are just into other stuff. Because, wow, the root of it all is all subjective. Go figure.
Why is modern art so dog shit bad?
Began to decline, beginning from about the 1860s, when aesthetic standards were gradually abandoned. Unfortunately for the arts, not everyone agrees. I'm sure you've heard.
Wow, because it's subjective. Wow, who would have thunk?
Arguments. Art is simply a reflection of its time.
Even then, not entire. That's not. Even then, that's not even totally true. Like, this could be a lot of art that's a reflection of history or even the future. Why do you think, like, genres like futurism exist? Oh my god, you fuck. Dude, like, even with, like, the rebuttals that you're using, they're fucking not even correct. Like, oh my god. Are you fucking serious? Or stands to test time? Yeah. I mean, it stands to test time because a lot of people make art that reflects all different aspects of time. Including pre-man. Like, people depict art of, like, how our fucking galaxy was fucking formed, for fuck's sake. I mean, it's just like, huh? Like, cosmic art? I mean, like, oh my god. I mean, it's... I mean, even art that, like, that's, like, Jurassic and stuff. Like, trying to do, like, interpretations, depictions of... like the Jurassic or the Devonian periods and shit like that, and like how, maybe the world would have looked like at the time, from what we, can, pick up with the pieces and all this other shit. It's just like, it's not just simply a reflection of its time. I mean, some art can be, but that's not all art. Like, oh my god, dude.
Isn't it? Why shouldn't it be? Like, you look at literally any art that comes from any period of history and it looks different. Like, Egyptians weren't doing it the same way. I mean, like, I don't know. This seems like a really weird... Like, what's the counter argument?
Art isn't about technical proficiency. It's about making you think.
It can be about both.
Yeah, it literally can be about both if it wants to. And also, like, it can definitely be about making you think and not really be technical, but it also could be very technical, but not really making you think. It's just like, hey, look, a nice little scenic, technical painting of nature or something. I don't fucking know. Like, I mean, it's like, I mean, dude, these, like, these supposed rebuttals and fucking strawmans they're using aren't even that good in the first place, because even I don't even entirely agree with them.
Art is a matter of personal taste. There's no such thing as great art or bad art.
Are we going to argue with...
I mean, are you... Okay, wow. So this one I actually do agree with because, yeah, that's literally the whole fundamental core about what subjectivity is about. Like, is he really going to disagree with that? Oh my god, of course he is. But, I mean, what?
The concept of subjectivity?
Where do these assumptions come from?
Oh, the assumption of subjectivity, it's just like, there ain't no such thing as good or bad art. It's just like, that's not an assumption. Like, what the fuck? That's just literally personal preference, you fuck. Like, that's not an assumption, you dingbat. I could assume people have, subjective tastes about what, could be good or bad art, depending on what their subjective tastes are. But, like, oh my god, like, art in itself is not just It does not have like some standard what is good or bad. Like, for fuck's sake, my dude.
Looking around reality as a fucking sane human being.
Yeah. From existing in reality and making inferences based on my own intellect, I've come to the conclusion that different strokes for different folks.
Wow, yep. I've come to, basically it's like, where does assumptions come from? From my, experience of reality of realizing, hey, you do you, boo. I don't know, like that, my guy.
Somehow that's gotten hammered into my brain, man. What's good for the goose is not necessarily good for the gander is, part of how I see the world. And I don't know how you missed it. I don't know when you missed that people would even be interested in tuning into your way of life, let alone having it foisted upon them.
For prehistoric era?
Go eat a dick, you stuck-up piece of shit.
I love it.
For the most part, they are the result of art histories written and taught over the last century, not by artists.
Yeah. Okay, so it's the libtard.
No, my God. Yeah, it's this motherfucker, bro.
Art is art has always been a way for creative people to thumb their noses at the powers that be. A lot of the pieces of art that you excoriated as beautiful were in their day and after their day excoriated for being sexually revealing. The fucking Christians that you would probably fucking hold up as the great arbiters of art came through and hammered the genitals off a lot of the fucking type of art that you like. They took it.
I actually remember there's like this art piece, I think it was from the 1500s, that's actually, this Monet style. I can't show it, but I remember on like the history porn subreddit, I think. And I think it's called The Ultimate Sin. And basically it's a monk who's literally fucking a nun. And the nun is doggy style, while also like fucking through a gate, by the way. Like, she's holding on to like the gate, like from her end, and she's just like bent over while this monk is just like going full blast doggy style on her and shit for the other side of the gate, which I can imagine would actually be kind of uncomfortable, but nonetheless, that's how the art is. And honestly, it's like, I guarantee you this motherfucker would think it's like the most abhorrent, depraved fucking shit, even though it's also in the same, like textbook of like, what he would be talking about. I mean, it's because it all applies, all the things that he'd be mentioning, but it'd be perverse. It has that qualifier, so it's actually, like this and that, and that, like, like liberal art school historianary, like, bullshit that actually is, like, not, good and degenerate in nature. So you stuck up fucking little prudish motherfucker, dude.
To it, knock the dicks, pussies, and tits off, and put great
really have the nerve. I know, dude.
You fucking moron. You want to be on that team? That's the team that you're on. Team, let's go back and edit.
It's like, these fucking far-right motherfuckers really do truly got some goddamn nerve.
Go fuck yourself, you stuck-up, religious piece of fucking shit. Nobody cares about your moralistic fucking pap when it comes to art.
Yeah, fucking he sucks.
But by those in the
I got some art for this guy if you want to see it, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Some foot art.
Some foot art.
I mean, it's not awful or anything. It's like a little bit boring in subject matter as you...
Let's see.
There you go.
I mean, it's bland. It's bland.
Yeah, it's like people sitting around the trees.
Yeah, it looks like just like a tree that's in the middle of a bunch of water, and you got people on it. I mean, I don't really get very profound impressions off of this.
Something that would be hanging in the lobby of a dentist office.
Yeah,
or some
it
shit.
really does.
Yeah.
Like, all of his art kind of looks like something you could see.
Wait, this is like Robert Florsack's art?
Dentist office. Here's a picture of Jimmy Stewart.
Oh, yeah.
I painted Jimmy Stewart.
I mean, look, I'm not saying the dude doesn't have talent. He does. But for him to, like, be pontificating as if he knows what the true fucking core of art is and this is what he creates is kind of laughable to me.
I mean, for real.
Reflections. Look.
Because this is all just very, like, symmetrical, forgettable shit.
I mean, it is. Like, honestly, I mean, it ain't bad, but it's just like, this looks like a book cover or something. It looks like, a cover of, like, some romantic novel book or some shit, dude. Like, I don't exactly get, like, very, like, oh, wow, oh, my goodness, type of shit, for something like this. At least not for me, personally.
The cover of a shitty romance novel.
Yeah.
It does. I mean, he's probably.
It's like a romance novel that's like a part like alternate history novel that's like takes place in the Roman era where like the Roman Empire is falling, like the Visigoths are like, you know, pillaging like the Roman Empire, and you got like this soldier, a legionnaire, with his wife or some shit. Oh my god. I could see it now, dude. I want an AI to just like make some romance novel with like that's cringe as fuck with those prompts and with this picture and just go forth. And just have it go forth with a little small short story based off of that or something. Because I imagine it would just be god-awful and I would absorb every second of it.
Romance novel covers before, because, I mean, like, you can kind of feel that vibe here. And, like, how many times have you ever given a romance novel cover a second glance where it's like, wow, it's so great?
Yep. This is like a medieval fantasy romance novel cover that nobody's ever seen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like... I'm not trying to tear down the guy because he's contributing to what is a great and constantly changing body of human art, and I just don't happen to agree with his.
But like the problem is that while he's participating in that and obviously putting his own 2 cents in about what he thinks the values should be, he's like dismissing the rest of the conversation.
Well, you know what, TJ?
Exactly.
Look at it this way. I've often thought about this because I often lament the rise and fall cyclically of Puritanism.
Yes.
But think about this. If there were no Puritans, who would the fucking cool kids rebel against? You know what I mean? Like if there wasn't stodgy fucks like Robert Chislak or whatever the fuck his
Chislak
trying to tell you what's good and
Chislak.
what isn't, then why would there be a need for anybody to come along and defy that notion? You know what I mean? Like he's part of the fucking that's one of the things I love about art. He's part of the ecosystem of art. Because art is not classifiable, but there's going to be people that try. And there's going to be people that their entire artistic lives are driven by the desire to
classify
challenge that notion.
And then to challenge it
part of the beauty of art, man. He's part of the ecosystem. We need these fucking stodgy fucks.
I mean, I guess in a way, as much as it does have a little bit of a pain in me to say, I mean, I do agree with him though, because I mean, or else there wouldn't be like, you know, a lot of different awesome fucking elements, especially as a musician, you know, knowing the history of a lot of different, with how music genres were fundamentally made, you know, it became a thing. Like, I mean, knowing how, like, you know, things like blues or punk, metal, and the different subgenres of those type of things, I mean, rock too. I mean, all of it came from countercultural challenges against, you know, what was the norm when it came to, like, classifying what is good art and not. I mean, so in a way, you know, especially when it comes to a lot of really cool art and shit that's made out there, I mean, you need that, you know, challenge, and you need, like, you know, like, more prudishness. You have to kind of try to set, you know, some sort of a norm and standardization and have people be like, nah, fuck you, no, you're wrong. And just show them otherwise.
So that we can know what truly great art is.
Yep.
Humanities and social sciences. Not having an artist's point of view or experience, let alone artistic talent, these authors and teachers have therefore
Dude, I'm pretty sure there's like 20 million people who have more artistic talent in their like left nut, not to be sexist with it, I guess, than you have in your entire...
Well, I guess, you know, to not make it sexist, your left ovary as well.
That would fucking clown on you for this dumbass.
It's like when Carlin said piercings are meant to piss off the squares, but then the squares started getting them too. Yep, exactly. You know what's funny too is that like, at least, you know, for a while, like at least when it came to punks, there was a point in time where punks actually did a lot of their hair very short, and actually, at least originally, the term skinhead came from punks that were bald and shaved their heads entirely. And basically, the idea was because of the kind of the general, like, hippie movement and stuff, like, because of rock and roll and the hippie, you know, flower power movement that was going on during the civil rights movement at the time and shit. A lot of those kids were like, you know, I don't want a bunch of long-haired stuff. I want to have it short and, you know, kind of listen to some punky stuff and be crusty and nah. You know, so they, you know, a lot of that punk culture, at least in America, in a lot of ways, was, you know, heavily formulated because of shit like that. So you saw a lot of, you know, punk kids and shit that would have kind of more shorter hair in comparison to long hair like I would. And at the same time, there was even elements of metalheads that were kind of the same way. Though the long hair, at least with metal, it was a little bit earlier than at least a lot of the punk elements I'm talking about. Which also, I guess, kind of plays somewhat of a role, because a lot of metalheads and shit, have long hair as well. So a way to kind of stand out against them, that was a part of it too. But at least when it came to like metals and shit, obviously a lot of like the whole short crew cut and being nice and gentlemanly looking and stuff. Not wearing the metal jackets, the spikes, and the long hair and big scruffy looking beards. Sometimes and shit. At least back in the day, not as much, but these days usually. Well, it's more mixed, I guess, but either way, all of it, just was a big role of, being against, the norm of, what is ought, to be a very civil-looking, citizen of the society, or else you're just, some dirty, crusty-looking, hippy-dippy, weird commie or some shit, or Satanist, or whatever the fuck.
Bullshit, man. Come on.
Framed art in the only language they understand, meaning and social significance. It's no surprise, then, that people have come away with the idea...
Isn't that what you're trying to do?
Meaning and social significance of two generic fantasy white folks posing with a white tiger in front of a moon pool on a different planet.
Well, that's what he likes about it, is it has none of that. He's saying, he hates that art is even, trying to reflect those deeper fucking values or whatever the fuck.
But why does he paint the...
Man, don't show him furry art, dude. This guy would probably be utterly livid at the idea of furries. It's oh my god, this, expansion of expression where it's it's a human form, but with animal traits. It's oh my, dude, he'd probably just, blow a goddamn gasket, dude.
Big pants. Just because it's pretty. I don't know. Let's find out. Maybe he'll say.
A reflection of its time. It can be, but not necessarily. In fact, the great artists of the past didn't care one whit about reflecting their times. They cared primarily about creating art that looked good.
Sick.
So... this art isn't even totally complete, technically, if you want to, honestly, if you want to be, technical with it. Honestly, it isn't. You can tell it's been kind of sketched out a little bit, but the only thing completed was the face. It's not even totally a complete piece of art. It still looks good, though, despite, the very rough sketching of it, before it being totally completed as a full piece, but, I can appreciate, the, work in progress, that was just kind of left unattended to with it, in a way. Just because, obviously, the original artists can't go back and finish it. It's, they're long dead. But, it's still cool, and it still looks good, but, based off of this dude's objective standards and shit, this should technically be bad. But, I guess because it doesn't totally, reflect the time, or because it still upholds at least certain criteria, it's good, though. It's what? It's it's why I hate it, these, fucking dorks. It's because as much as they want to try to put an objective standard, they can't help but even interweave, subjectivity into what is objective.
I told you. That's it.
I gotta be honest with you. That hasn't changed. Most great artists couldn't give a fuck about reflecting their times. In fact, it's my belief that most great artists want to piss all over their times. They want to be critics of their times.
Definitely. At least for me, Zukov is being a little vocal. He's singing some critics of his times. But yeah, a lot of the art that I especially love to create, is definitely very critical of the reflection of our times and shit. And historical, too. Zukov! Hey! At least when it comes to a lot of my music that I'm into. And wish to create.
The idea that artists are constantly looking to fit in and be a sign of their, you know what I mean? That's one of the things that's great about art, is that it's constantly being challenged. It's constantly a fight between traditionalism and new conceptualism.
Yeah, not only that, but I'm pretty sure that art reflects its times, not necessarily because the artist intends that, but because they can't avoid that. You know what I mean? what you do is inherently of its time. And
Hit
like
play.
we see that artists have different approaches in different time periods. Now obviously there's other factors that control what an art.
Bullshit we put up with is motherfucking stressful. Every day we work, we play, we talk our fucking shit. You help me stay motherfucking sane throughout the fucking shift. Sometimes our fucking job can suck when we are overwhelmed.
True.
But frankly, you help me get through and calm me the fuck down. We may just be some employees that fucking get along, but I love you and wanted to send you this silly song.
Aw. You know, I actually have some people I could send that to, low-key, though. And see, that's smart, too. You know what? I don't, but I can probably at least, you know, link that to other people and forward it to them.
Do you have TikTok?
No. But again, I could if you just copy and paste the link of the embedded link or whatever, and...
How the fuck do I do that?
Just, I would imagine just going to sharing, yeah, okay, yeah, you just go to share, copy link, copy, paste it to the clipboard, so then you just, yeah, there you go. So next time you press, you know, like hold down and paste, you know, when you're sending out a message, it should be the link. So, but yeah.
Like,
because I have a few people I can send that to.
Style is. But like artists have fucking brought like different styles and forms and ideas to like what they create forever. But like being aesthetically pleasing, I feel like that's never really gone away. But it's also
including that guy's art with his little song and shit. Which I also imagine this guy would be like, oh, this is not traditional musical talent. What is this nonsense and improvised absurdity? Not at all.
Like a matter of taste, which I guess you're going to try to refute at some point. That's what I'm really looking forward to, is you refuting taste.
Oh boy.
Art, by definition, is a visual medium. Therefore...
I mean, not all art is visual.
Yeah, there's a lot of art that's audio and shit as well. And also based on taste because of food. Like, what, food can't be art? Like, what, a presentation of some dank-ass food and then tasting that and shit and eating the glorious amazingness that is the food? Like, not all of it is visual.
About painting and drawing, so in that instance, yes. But not all art is painting and drawing. Some is like music and, you know, literature and other things.
Poetry and theater and every other
ability to
human expression.
Think
yeah.
are secondary to how it looks. After all, there can be meaning in other creative mediums like literature and music.
Those are also art. Okay, whatever. Weird.
Oh, yeah.
The visual
like what?
is what uniquely distinguishes art. Therefore,
okay, this is a.
I mean, the visual is not what distinctively gives meaning to art. Like, there's plenty of music that is like, what? Oh my god, this one just like is pissing me off a little bit because like, is he just trying to say that like, oh, music is just like a, you know, broader medium of visual art, which that doesn't even make fucking sense. It's like music is art. Like what? Like like there should be an arrow with that little like art brush shit, you know, next, you know, going to that music thing and the book and the eyeball. Like, it should be, like, like, how this diagram should look like is that the whole eyeball or, like, the meeting goes into that thing, and this thing spreads out into the rest of them, oh my god, I'm starting to think this guy's not very smart. Honestly, I kind of agree with Paul a little bit. This guy knows what the fuck he's doing because he's grifting, you know, the whole idea of this whole object standard. It's me thinks, you know, whoever, you know, like gave him the script and shit is not exactly smart. If I cannot see it, it's not art. Sorry, blind people. Although you can read it. Although you can't read it, so it doesn't really matter. Well, they did hear it. But it's not art, I guess. It's just a thing. It's just like some elaborate random just shit. Like, it's just sound waves. That's all it is. It's just sound waves that we just, I guess, put meaning behind, you know, because it's not art, apparently.
So you think that music and literature aren't art? only like painting and drawing and sculpting and stuff is art? Because I don't think that's how that works.
No.
That's literally not how it works.
Or the visual is what most matters. In fact, a great
The
work
visual's not what most matters, bro. That's just more subjective bullshit, dude. Like, what, you think the visual, like, creation of music is what a fucking musician is gonna think about, dude? Like, no. Like, what? This is, like, insane. Like, that doesn't even make fucking sense. And also, same thing with literature. Because it's just words on a page. The art really comes from, like, how, you know, like, you create, you know, like a story or a scene and, you know, describe those things in detail that, you know, can create a mental image. Like, that's the art of that. I mean, it's like, I mean, so... oh my god, this motherfucker. I'm really glad I am at least somewhat of a jack of all trades artist, I suppose, at least to a degree. But, like, man, especially if my main mode of artistic expression being music, I mean, fuck, this part of it really grinds my goddamn gears.
Should stand on its own without the viewer knowing anything about its meaning.
Says who? Says who? Like, the viewer of an art piece can, you know, like, immediately get a piece of meaning out of it.
Stand on its own without the viewer knowing anything about its meaning.
And, like, that, yeah, why not? Like, there could be a lot of cool, you know, great pieces of work and shit that I can, you know, like, go in, you know, knowing something about its meaning, or at least, like, leaving, you know, with some sort of a meaning to it.
When a visual medium becomes...
Well, it's supposed
part
to convey
of
meaning.
Yeah. Well, and not only that, but part of appreciating art is inferring meaning. Like, the artist, like, that's one of the most, I would imagine fulfilling things for artists is to hear people talk about their work and how it's perceived by them.
Well, not only that, but, like, if a fucking...
I mean, even if an artist has, like, a specific interpretation or a specific meaning they're trying to push in a piece of art, like, I mean, even if there's other people that are discussing that piece of art and are interpreting their own meaning behind that, I'm sure that, you know, even for them, that's like, oh, that's awesome. If in a way, they probably think, I didn't even really, you know, consider that, you know, perspective, you know, looking into it, you know, when it came to creating it, you know, and other people kind of saw that regardless, so it's like, okay, you know, if anything, that's kind of cool in a lot of ways. I mean, especially when it comes to things like music, that's where it's, you know, in a lot of ways, the most, interpretable in many ways. I mean, not for a lot of songs, not for all songs. I mean, some songs, like, you know, for, like, Rage Against the Machine, for example, there's, like, they're very blatant and very, like, pretty specific about, like, what the meanings of their songs are about, you know, but there are a lot of other bands that, you know, or a lot of other artists, broadly, that would have a little bit more, you know, subtlety when it comes to, you know, the broader meaning of a song and stuff. Even if it's talking about more of a broader topic and shit. Even if it isn't, you know, referring to politics and shit.
Someone looks at a piece of art, and it just, like, looks good, and it's just like, yeah, it looks pretty good. If that's all there is to it, they're gonna forget that piece of art in 5 fucking minutes. Like, it has to mean something to them beyond that, or it's not gonna retain anything.
How many times do you think an artist is throwing some shit together last minute and someone had a complex interpretation of it? Yeah, that's it. Dude, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie, there has been some times that I did that for art classes, and I'm just like, yeah, you know what, now I'll actually kind of, like, you know, look at it while they're describing it and shit, and I'll just be like, alright, I see it.
Looking good, that's a dime a dozen. Looking good and, like, affecting you in some way. Like, stirring your thoughts or emotions, or your fucking, like, ideas about society, anything. Like, if it doesn't have any deeper, like, it's like, there's a million comedians out there that are funny. It doesn't even really matter. Like, funny people are kind of a dime a dozen, but, like, someone who fucking can be funny but also convey something to you, that's so much more long-lasting in your brain. That's so much more fucking... It's like, yeah, I mean, like, there's dudes out there that could make you laugh as much as Bill Hicks, but you're not going to remember their shit. Because it might make you laugh in the moment, but it's ephemeral. It's junk food. It's candy. What he said like the things he said left their mark on you because there was something more there. There was some deeper meaning to it. So to just poo-poo that and dismiss it like, well, if it doesn't look good, blah, blah, blah.
Becomes more about what it means and less about its pure visual experience. It might...
I mean, the thing you're showing me looks pretty visually interesting.
I mean, yeah, I'm honestly, like, what is it? Was this like just a box of some stuff on it or something?
Maybe you should pick something like else for this.
Yeah, I don't know what he has against that, but...
Yeah, like, it's, I guess, abstract. So you have to, like, you know, look at it more visually to kind of see, you know, a meaning behind it. Which, I mean, yeah, honestly, could have picked a better picture for that. Like, literally any of the other pictures that they were using to be like, oh, being critical of whatever would have been better than this.
It looks pretty fucking cool to me.
Succeed as a journalism or social commentary, but it has failed as art.
No.
So,
you don't...
there's no qualification for... Oh, my God.
Your weird ass doesn't get to decide that, you fucking moron. Oh my god. Look, I painted the fucking cover to Bodice Heat 17, so I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
It's fucking J. Evans Pritchard is back again, man. He's writing another foreword in the poetry book.
Oh my god.
Time to rip it out.
We look for to determine quality in art. It is...
I don't know. You tell me, buddy.
Found in
the
skillful execution of a visual medium. For example,
I mean, who says a person has to be like skillful? I mean, because honestly, what about like the people who are just getting into art and are starting to like, you know, get into drawing and some shit like that, you know, or like, you know, getting into writing or getting into like any other, you know, artistic medium. You know, because it's not just a visual medium. I mean, there's many other artistic mediums, which I guess don't exist because it's all visual. You know, so, you know, but either way, it's like, what about people who are just getting started into that shit? Like, I've taken ceramics classes. Like, I know a little bit about pottery, actually. I mean, because I've taken some classes about it before. To be frank, though, I'm not exactly skillful, especially when it comes to the execution of making something, but I could do it. I mean, I've done it before. I mean, so it's just like, I mean, you don't have to be skilled, you know, to be able to create art in an artistic medium. I mean, you just have to have a basic understanding of how to create said art, and that's it. That's all it takes. It's just a basic understanding of how to create said art, which sometimes is as simple as paper, pen, or pencil, and then just doodle, or write something, or instrument and start playing it, or fucking whatever the fuck. Sometimes, well, I guess instrument playing it, there's more complicity to that. But like, when it comes to like writing something or doodling something, sometimes simple is just getting some paper and just, you know, whatever comes to mind and just going forth. And, you know, when it comes to music and, you know, pottery or sculpting and all sorts of other shit, it takes, you know, some more understanding about how to create that type of stuff. But just getting a basic idea about how to, you know, play those things, I mean, that's all it takes. I mean, or not just playing, but also, I'm thinking more in music terms here. But at least when it comes to, it's pottery and music, but at least when it comes to like a music form, at least, like all, you know, once you at least have a basic understanding how to play an instrument, like a guitar, for example, you know, once you know how to like, you know, kind of pick the do some strumming and basic chords and know what, you know, like which string is which note when it's just open and blah blah blah, you know, just the basic shit. I mean, that's all you really need. You know, after that, I mean, you learn the rest of the shit as you go along, basically. I mean, obviously, you know, it's best, you know, to kind of have some guides and, you know, some either teacher or teaching yourself, you know, along the way. But, you know, over time, you know, even if you don't necessarily know the technicalities of everything, you'll be able to, you know, figure out, you know, these different, you know, forms of, you know, execution when it comes to creating art and shit. Like, there's different things about, like, you know, playing guitar, for example, that I know how to do. Though, you know, at least when it comes to the whole music theory, you know, like, technicalities and the wordings about all of it, I don't know, like, every single specific thing. I know how to do it, though. At least, you know, on a basic level. And I wouldn't necessarily say skillful, at least, but then again, still know how to do it. You don't have to be, like, utterly skillful, you know, to, you know, like, create fucking art. You just have to know how to do it.
In a great oil painting by the 17th century Dutch master Vermeer, the quality
Yes, good Vermeer.
there in the controlled balance of its composition, the harmony of its color, the masterful hand-eye coordination of its brushwork.
Oh my god, why don't you go like bust a nut on it if you love it so much then? Goddamn.
Look closely at the soft edge between the woman's arm and her sleeve, we can see that it was achieved by Vermeer's delicate application of paint. This is the very essence of artistic quality.
No, it's not. That's not the very essence of it. That's the essence of technicality and skill, and that is a part of it's a variable of artistic quality, but that's not the very fucking essence. Like, no, it's not. Like, it just isn't. Like, what? Like, there's so many variables that go into, like, artistic quality, including subjectivity, by the way, that make artistic quality. Like, there's plenty of things that I find to be quality art that I bet this guy would think is fucking prudish and inept and fucking, like, mishmash or chaotic or some shit. And there's plenty of art that he would think is the very essence of quality or whatever the fuck, and I'm gonna think is prudish and stupid. Or whatever the fuck else. So, it's just like, or just bland and boring. So it's because there's, at least to the core of it, an element of subjectivity that goes into what is quality and not. I mean, like, especially when it comes to, like, a movie, like The Room or Birdemic, like, is the quality, like, to the, technicality of, like, the art in itself, good? Fuck, not really, no, fuck no. But, I like it because of how bad the quality is. I mean, when it comes to the artistic quality and shit. It's like, you can even like something because of how bad the artistic quality can be, because it's so bad it's good. It's like, I mean, like, artistic quality is not, the core of, like, what makes good art, dude. Like, fuck. Starting to get a little prime on this motherfucker. I'm about to, like, do some cave paintings with this. Okay, alright.
And not, by the way, because...
About to go paint some cave paintings of this dude's entrails or some shit in Minecraft or some shit, like, in Roblox and Grand Theft Auto and every video game possible.
I don't really disagree with that. I just don't think it's the only way to go about it.
Well, I think it's the very essence of artistic skill. Artistic quality is what the viewer, consumer of the artistic medium decides.
There's a million other ways you could do that. Like, fucking Picasso could fucking present the same thing and make it stand out in a totally different fucking way.
Yep.
Like, he could make...
Salvador Dali could make this.
He could decide that there's, like, a harsh line between the two things, or that the two things almost meld together as one. And still achieve a striking visual effect. It doesn't have to be done this particular way. It's just like, this is just the conservative brain for you. Because they just think there's a right way to do every subjective thing. If there's a
Somebody
right
done invented that. Somebody done invented the perfect way to do it, and this...
Yep. There has to be, like, a sense of order and hierarchy because there's an objective standard that someone did once, and thus is the norm and how things should be done, and that's the way it is. There ain't no ifs, ands, buts.
It's done in this way it always has to be done. Anybody who tries to go color outside them lines, man, they're deviant, and it ain't real art, man. It ain't real
They think, like, the nuclear family is the only family configuration, and any other configuration is wrong. They think their Christian religion is the only fucking path to whatever spirituality might fucking be.
Men with women is the only pairing of human beings that should exist.
They just, across the board, they just think they got it all figured out, but they don't fucking want to admit it's all just a bunch of subjective bullshit. That's the fucking issue I have with these people. If you want to have these values, you go right ahead. You want to fucking say this is the best kind of art? Okay. You want to say this is the best kind of family? Okay. But you know what? You don't get to impose that on anybody fucking else. It's the best for you in your opinion. That's it.
I mean, honestly, that's really what it fundamentally comes down to at the end of the day. It's just like this sense of, like, I have these ideas, okay? Well, this needs to be the norm, and everyone needs to abide by these standards. It's like, that's the problem. That's where it's like, hold on now, what? Because I don't apply to those standards, so fuck off. It's like, those aren't my standards. Like, I mean, you know, like, everyone can have different standards of art and shit, and that, or at least, you know, when it comes to, you know, like, how just to live your life, really. And that's just it. It's like, I don't give a fuck if they have these ideas or want to, you know, have these weird little virtues that they want to push in life or whatever the fuck, you know, for themselves. But as soon as they try to force that on the side on, you know, other people and shit, that's where the line's drawn. But they can't have it that way. There has to be, like, a utter hierarchical standard of, you know, the norm of what ought to be and shit, and anything that falls out of the, you know, pyramid of what's in the Goldilocks zone of acceptance to them, you know, and what's superior and shit is verboten and just degenerate and not civil and modest or good in any metric.
You know what the funny thing about this piece of art is, and the types of art that he's held up is truly great.
Fucking boring piece of shit.
Well, no, I mean, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's proficient, beautiful. But you know, if I was walking by this motherfucker in an art gallery, I'd give this thing a fucking glance. Like,
here's my point.
I'd keep fucking walking until I saw like something cool.
In order to create this art, a huge line of artists that inspired this art had to transgress the very essence.
I typed this something to DFF chat this point along the lines when I was a little, I had Spider-Man coloring book and I made him green and orange. According to these people, I'd be some kind of art degenerate. So you would.
It completely and utterly.
But honestly, what would be the problem with that? Because honestly, I've done that myself too with different little coloring books and shit.
Zeroes out his fucking commentary on this.
Yeah, he wants to focus on a particular part of the continuum.
Vermeer,
this is the ultimate form.
Vermeer was taught how to paint by somebody else who was taught how to paint by somebody else, and that style of painting emerged at a certain time in human history, and the art before it looked very different.
Yep.
But he wants somebody made transgressively.
He wants to
beautiful
freeze frame
and
the continuum right here. This is it.
Right.
No, the whole progression before this, okay, whatever. This is when we got it right, and then everything afterwards has been regression. This is the ultimate form. It doesn't get any better than this. Don't even try.
If art existed as a concept like he's trying to describe, there would be nothing but paintings of buffaloes and antelopes and woolly mammoths and shit.
Yeah, like...
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't entirely be against that, but I would literally want other art besides just that. Because, I mean, some cool art, you know, some animals is cool, but can we have other shit than that, too, you know?
Nobody would have ever deviated from the original medium.
You know... I mean, yeah, like, was there some thag back in the day?
I mean, just
like,
think about
Look at how line represent buffalo. We don't need color buffalo in with flour. Bad. Line all you need.
Line all needed.
The implicit commentary that he's making. He's not actually saying.
Have you heard the short of how mammoths are believed to have sounded? I would imagine they would sound pretty similar to elephants, just a lot more guttural and a lot more lower in tone and decibels, right? Like, whoa, instead of like, whoa, or whatever the fuck, you know?
So before Vermeer, and before this style of art was perfected and mastered, there was no art.
I like how my, you know, fucking noises were probably not accurate to elephant sounds, but whatever.
There was no human art before this, because art from different periods and different areas in human history looks profoundly different from this. This is typified by a school of art that was practiced in one part of the fucking world. And the rest of the world continued on making art. See, so this guy wants to just disqualify every human folk art object, every human artistic endeavor until the Renaissance, is what it looks like.
Just
and beyond that too.
Let's just make sure we're clear about this, folks. So, not art, kind of approaching art. Okay, there's art. But then, I don't know. Around here, right by here. Oh, no.
That's art.
No,
No art.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, Lord.
Jesus
the
God.
degeneracy
Oh,
of
my God,
art.
no.
Oh, no.
Oh, holy fucking... Wait, what's this? What's all this shit? Oh, my God, Jesus, no.
Oh, Lord, have
Not
mercy.
anymore. It's not even art. It was art for a few years there.
It was all for centuries, but now it's gone.
I hate it.
It's evil. It's depraved. That's why we need to go time travel the idea of alone. To find alone the end of the hall in which conservatism originated and eliminate it swiftly without mercy. Yep, we just need to do it.
Because it looks realistic, or photographic, if you will. Realism is simply a stylistic choice. In fact, great art need not even look realistic to be great.
Oh, see, he's a
Oh, wow. So I guess the whole, like, addressal of it, folk art and stuff is exempted because, oh, here's, like, some cool traditional Japanese art and stuff, which does look fucking cool, I will admit. And honestly, out of all the art that he's saying looks, quote, good, this is the one I actually genuinely agree that does look pretty good. That looks cool. Though I've always found, like, that, traditional, like, Japanese folk art really awesome anyway. It always looks pretty cool to me. And especially with, like, the facial expressions sometimes, because, like, facial expressions in a lot of this type of art traditionally had a lot of, like, vividness and shit. Like, it was very expressionary. Like, every now and then you'll have, like, this, like this very angry looking face sometimes whenever there's, like, depictions of, like, battles or some shit like that going on. This is some pretty cool stuff. It's really cool art, honestly. I really like the style. But that's, again, because of subjectivity. This guy that apparently just refuses to understand. So how do we know which guy it is? Fight bad! Bang.
Oh, don't even need to be realistic, see? Doesn't even need that shit.
Well, I stand corrected.
You stand corrected.
Damn, he rebuted all of us. He owned the libs.
It's no wonder that many people believe the myth that photography put an end to classical art, given that they assume that looking
No, who believed that? No, I don't think anyone ever believed that shit. Like, what the fuck?
Ever met a human being that's expressed that idea to me?
I've
heard about, like, how digital took away, like, more traditional forms of, like, film photography and stuff. Like, because, I mean, because my mom had to kind of transition out of film to digital when she was in the photography business. So it's like, if anything, I'd say, like, the digital realm is, like, kind of what made a lot more of an impact to art, more so than photographs and pictures and shit. Like, what? I mean, like, okay. I've literally never heard anyone saying that, like, photographs, took out, like, the photorealistic art. Like, I mean, there's, like, furry art that I've seen that looks straight up, like, photorealistic, and shit, and looks pretty fucking dope. And it's just, like, I mean, it's, like, it kind of look, there's a lot of art that could look photographic, but not necessarily look real either, It's so, and people have been making that now, especially with the digital form at this point. So it's just, like, I mean, if anything, digital art, in a lot of ways, has actually kind of helped expand, a lot of these, art forms. Including the one that he, is all gung-ho about.
A couple of people that were, like, extraordinarily fucking ignorant and narrow-minded.
Is this like is this video killed the radio stars? Is that basically?
Yeah.
It's basically like, man, I don't understand what the fuck, who cares about a paint night and take a picture. You take a damn picture. What are you gonna do? Take a picture of fucking Jesus hanging on the cross or whatever the fuck you did? There's no picture to take of that. Stop it.
Of a painting, but that was never the goal of the classical artist. Quality of execution was. With each viewing of
okay. I doubt it.
Art.
I'm starting to get beaten down by this video. Oh my god.
Our experience of it deepens. While the experience one derives from much of more contemporary art.
Like this random inflatable animal balloon thing. It's just like, this thing is not art. No.
Is generally instantaneous. And, like a joke that requires a punchline, is over once one gets it.
So what? Who cares? It's like, did this inflatable animal balloon, like, fuck you or something? Like, did this animal balloon touch you in ways that you didn't find appropriate? Like, did that animal, like, show me where the animal balloon touched you. Like, where did this little animal balloon touch you, sir? It's like the second time you brought this fucking thing back up. Like, did you do something to it?
To say we can't enjoy works of the modern era?
It kind of is, though, isn't it?
Yeah, no, the bullshit. Yeah, like, hey, bro, Jiskowski or just Florence or whatever your name was, or just Florzak or something, or whatever the fuck, Jizak. just Akibali fucking prude fuck. Like, it's not to say that we can't enjoy what it's like. No, that's exactly is what you're fucking saying, you dipshit. It's like, because if not, then you might as well just be like inept and dumb and can't really truly appreciate, you know, the sophisticated modern work, you know, or like, you know, real art and shit. And it's just like, you're exactly saying that, you fuck, you dingbat.
You're kind of saying that. By the way, like, not every work of the modern era is like giant balloon animal, you know? Like, what is this? There's so many different fucking art styles that exist at any given time now. Like, this is just like one thing.
But remember that quality and taste are different things. Quality is based on developed standards. Taste on personal preference.
What? Well, guess what? The quality of your fucking little artistic, you know, video about how art needs to be objectified and shit is garbage. That's my personal taste. How about that, bitch? So, yeah, I guess, you know, when it comes to the whole, like, quality of execution thing, you failed there, buddy.
That has no.
And also, because, like, I mean, it's like, taste and quality are, but, like, the whole, like, oh, taste or preference, like, so is quality, bro. Like, like, there's plenty of things that have, like, high quality that I like, but also plenty of things that are very low quality and, like, raunchy or just very, literally horribly made. That, you know, I also like, just because of whatever reason, you know, whether because it's that, you know, good to me, you know, to laugh at and find funny, you know, or, you know, just because, at least in my mind, there is actually something good that I could find out of it, whatever the fuck. You know, it's just like, I mean, both of these are up to interpretation, you dipshit. Like,
anything. Has nothing to do with fucking jack shit.
Dude, man, I forget how much, like, these PragerU videos just beat me down.
You are? I watched a movie just last night that kind of encapsulates your ass. It was called The Menu. And it was about this great chef who was basically, like, pushed by pretentious douchebags like you to, like, hate what he did and to feel like it was so empty and meaningless because, like, he was so boxed in. And so eventually he decides to kill off his entire patronage in a, you know, one nightmarish night with with murder on the menu, basically.
Base.
Yeah, I would say that you're like a perfect example of the exact kind of person that's lampooned by that movie.
The 9% of conservative arguments either list too many things in one breath for you to possibly refute in a short amount of time, or they go on about one thing so long that you get tired and tap out. Yeah, I mean, honestly.
There's one thing great art will never do. It will never make a fool of you. Its level of...
Sometimes art, like... But what? Oh my god! Oh my god. Like, hey, guess what? Sometimes art can be made, you know, a fool of some people and shit. Like, what, have you not heard of satire and comedy?
Is readily apparent to anyone with eyes to see.
This guy made me have to shit. Take that shit.
This guy gave me irritable bowels.
You might be thoroughly impressed with the work of a cutting-edge artist with its impressive theory, but you have no way of knowing if you're being taken for a sucker.
So that's what you're really scared of is just ambiguity. Like, oh my god. Ambiguity.
Yep, yeah, you know, ambiguity and the unknown and having to, like, really truly, like, pontificate on things. Oh no, subjectivity, oh god, ambiguity and subjectivity, I need my safe space.
Gary, I want to know.
Well, yeah, it's the Christian-centric worldview. If there's anything ambiguous, then their book is just as ambiguous. You know what I mean? If they allow for ambiguity, then it destroys their entire stodgy, traditionalist, regressive worldview, and they can't have that happening. So instead, they've got to make little self-jerk-off videos like this as if anybody is going to listen to Martin Kawakowski or whatever this fucking idiot's name is. You know what I mean? That's not how people consume art.
Well, I guess we did.
People aren't looking for this. Even your own audience probably disagrees with this shit, to be honest with you. I doubt that most of the PragerU audience would really agree with most of the things said here.
Well, we can find out in a minute.
Also, I forgot. Did they...
Finally, unlike the inspirational work of the past, much of today's art exposes how coarse and vulgar a society we've become.
I mean, what's this even supposed to be? Like a horse that's got like a sign on its ass or something? And what? I mean, it's like, oh, it's so vulgar and coarse. It's like, I mean, what's vulgar about that? Like what? Like a horse that looks like it's supposed to be dead or something?
And here we are, and now, 5 minutes, 14 seconds in, he's decided to get to his actual objection.
Yeah, right at the end, too. Sneak the premise past us a little harder.
There's an antidote to this.
Yeah.
You'll find it in the galleries of great museums all over the world.
Wow, yeah.
Ask the security guard. He'll point you in the right direction.
What? A security guard?
I'm Robert Florzak.
What, like escorting you out of the vicinity?
Okay, hey, could you point me to the Salvador Dali Museum? Could you point me to the Jean-Michel Basquiat exhibit? Like, if I do that, I'm not looking at art.
When I was about 12, we went on a field trip to the Modern Art Museum, and most of us got kicked out for laughing at it. We actually thought it was a joke, and we kept asking, when do we get to the real art? 12-year-olds!
Oh yeah, because 12-year-olds have, like a big, gigantic grasp of knowledge when it comes to art. I mean, sure, there's probably a couple out there, but yeah, like a bunch of random immature, like preteen 12-year-olds and shit going to an art museum, which they in the first place couldn't probably give a fuck about, from the get-go, are 100% are going to totally be like, yeah, so let me look at all this art and just like pontificate over all this. Like, I don't think they're going to give a fuck. Which is probably why they were kicked out, because they probably wanted the excuse to get out so they could, like, just sit outside and be like, where's, like, cool art where we can see some, like, sculptures with, like, tits on it and stuff? Yeah, bro. I want to see, like, sculptures of titties and stuff. Where's, like, the Roman sculpture titties? Like, that's what they probably thought.
Oh, yeah. Bach used to add a note
As if, oh my god, hold on, wait.
Yeah. I thought through this shit when I was but 12 years old, Paul
The
Regan.
stupid antics of 12-year-olds are supposed to reveal how adults consume and appreciate art. I got it, bro.
Got it. Nailed it.
You know what?
And security
Those
guards.
Same kids, if they had been shown
apparently.
classic art, they'd be like, oh, there's butts! Oh,
Yeah.
boobies! Ah!
No, they would have been like, oh my god, look at the beautiful composition and beautiful symmetry and use of shadow and light.
Bach used to add a note at the end of each of his compositions, made for the glory of God. Things are created more precisely and with more care when you know it's being created for a higher purpose. That's right, Paul. Security guard is a good tip. Go to the person who has nothing to gain by praising or rejecting any piece of art in particular and only knows what looks beautiful. And because of his station, he knows what moves the most people to honest and strong emotion. I'd rather get a tour of an art gallery from the janitor than the gallery owner, museum curator, or artist.
A fucking janitor, bro? So 12-year-old security guards and janitors are where you should get, like, your, opinions on art. And what is the standard for art. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, oh my god, dude, these people are sad, man. These sad sops. I mean, it's not like, maybe the janitor probably has, like, like, if you're a janitor working at an art gallery, chances are you probably at least have some interest in art. Well, so you want to be, working at an art museum, but fuck, bro. Like, how sad must you be? Wait, hold on.
Right.
Wait, hold on, before we totally...
Yeah. The janitor. So janitors and 12-year-olds, they know. People who actually create art don't know fucking jack shit. It's all about the janitor and the 12-year-old. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. It answered all the questions I had thought about, but never really took the time to really delve into. You were 100% right. I agree as an artist who has been painting for 30 years. Amazing.
Wow.
Good old PragerU, man. They never
Gotta love it.
disappoint. So, Paul, do you need to take a break here?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Well, I definitely, feel good after that one. Frick you know how to beat me down, don't you? And look at you, you are a goofy little pup, aren't you? You're a silly little sweet boy. Look at you. Oh. Who's a sweet boy? Who's just a little sweet boy? Who's a little chunk? I like how it has like these little flabby things going on in his little leg, on his little jaw. His little flabbies. You little flabs. You got these little flabbies. You little flabs. My goodness, you're just such a goofy boy. This pup is my safe space. This is the only safe space I ever need, right here. This little pup. Look at so. You're a little goober, you know that? God. You seriously act like a cat. Look at this. Such kitty behavior. Big old little chunky boy. Meh. My lord. Right. Someone just seems like they're just a little tired. Huh? Oh my lord, wow. Seriously? Are we just that knocked out? Aw. Okay, I guess he is. I guess this little sweet boy is. Oh my goodness. Is it okay being like crunched up in a little ball like this? In this position? My lord. Aw, little goof. Yeah, he straight up just wanted to be right here. You're just a little lapdog. Look at you. Well, you're not little. You're an oversized lapdog. You barely fit on my lap. What was that? Stop making fun of me. Oh, you big chunky boy. My goodness, you little feet. Look at you. My God. Wow. You're such a goof. You're just such a goof. My goodness. What the? What? Oh. Yeah, well, hi. Well, hello. Oh. Oh my goodness. What a little flop monster. Come on. This little flop monster. Look at this little, like, a labyrinth of little paws going on right here. A little labyrinth of paws. It's all just right here. Meh. He's like scrunched in the smallest little ball possible. You don't go fuck. What is up? Like, seriously, Pudge? My goodness. This is ridiculous. Yeah, hi. Ah! Hello. Oh, look at that little fight. What? Well, hello. Look at this little punk. My God. You're so silly looking. You're just such a silly boy. Right. Oh, fucking headbutting me now? Okay. What? Okay, okie dokie. What? 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 What the hell? You stretchy thing. Hey, watch your tail. And what are you doing? What? Hey, would you get your foot? You're just straddling my leg now. Man, they said dogs hump your leg, not straddle them. Like, what was... That was the most pathetic attempt I think I've ever seen you try to get off of me. God, you are just... silly. Look at you. You're silly. You is a silly. Little freak. Now you're gonna start pawing at things? Great. Now he's gonna start harassing me about things. So you don't need to harass me about anything now there, bruh. My goodness. My goodness gracious. You know, I have a very major craving for some ramen. Unfortunately, I don't have any, but I know Sevy's does. So I think I'll make a little quick adventure to get some food over there. Give me some ramen. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna aggressively pat your head. And I want to bring you along, or do I want to keep you here? That's the question. That's the question for this little pup, because I'm sure he's gonna be a little fucking freak and a little fruit bat about it. But I have no idea. Maybe he'll just stay right there. Maybe. But I think I at least call it good for this little bit of the evening. But man, the whole Prager thing definitely got me all fucking like knocked out. That's a good thing though. So hopefully the rest of the knockout punch of the food coma will help out. Honestly, all in all, kind of a artsy stream actually, with that statue and then Ben Shapiro's bullshit, and in that video, like, a lot of artsiness was discussed. But either way, it's all good, so peace out, and I'll be back.